Yes, Mr. Louis.
As a court case, my lord. Appearances for the state are still the same. The state calls the next witness is Sergeant Mtetwa. His witness number 34 on the list, my lord.
34.
Sergeant Patrick Mlungisi Mtetwa.
Okay. Yeah, so the witness in, please.
Patrick Mlungisi Mtetwa.
Umisa ufungo uzokhuluma iqiniso.
Yeah.
Sicela ke ufungo ukuthi ufakazi onikeza ngapha beqiniso iconsolata ephelele ngose ngisiza ukukhuluma iqiniso.
Ufakazi engizowunikeza.
Ayithi nje ngose ngisiza ukukhuluma iqiniso.
Inkosi ngisize ngikhuluma iqiniso.
Witness isoni manje.
Thank you.
Singahlala.
Is it correct that you are a surgeon in the South African Police attached to Vosloorus police station?
Ngabe kuyiqiniso yini ukuthi usebenzela amaphoyisa eNingizimu Afrika futhi ke usebenzela police station yase Vosloorus?
Yeah.
Yes.
How many years service do you have in the South African Police?
Uneminyaka emingaki usebenza emaphoyiseni?
15.
15.
And what type of duties do you perform at Vosloorus police station?
Khona eVosloorus police station iwuphi umsebenzi
To which
osebenzayo
section are you attached?
noma ke iunit okuyona?
Crime prevention.
Crime prevention.
On the night of the 26th of October 2014, were you on duty?
Ngobusuku bange 26 zika October 2014 ingabe wawusemsebenzini yini?
Yeah.
Yes.
And what type of duties were you performing on the night?
Iwuphi umsebenzi owawenza ngalo bobusuku lokho?
Angisebenza eCSC ngathenda nama-complaint angaphandle.
I was working at the CSC as well as attending to outside complaints.
What time did you come on duty?
Isiphi isikhathi waqala ngaso ukusebenza ngalelo langa?
Ngangena ngo-6 ntambama.
At 6 in the evening.
Is it correct that a certain incident occurred on that evening which led to you coming to court to testify today?
Ingabe kuyiqiniso yini ukuthi sikhona ke isigameko esenzeka ngalelo langa lelo esole ekuthini ke namuhla ke ube la enkantolo?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you tell the court in your own words what transpired on that evening?
Sicela wena ke uyisho ke uchazele enkantolo ukuthi yini eyenzeka ngalelo busuku lokho.
Sathi masingena nje emsebenzini sireporta on duty. Sisebhizi lapha eCSC.
Whilst we had just started, we had just reported for duty on that night, my lord, and we're still busy at the CSC.
Sakukhona umuntu esasimdetaina sasimfaka emaselini.
There's a person that we were detaining, putting that person into the cells.
If you say we, who are you referring to?
Uma uthi sasi ukhuluma ngawe nobani noma usho obani?
Longa ngamba na colleague yami Sergeant Matebula.
My colleague Sergeant Matebula.
Yes, you may proceed.
Usungaqhubeka-ke.
Sase sithola sathola complaint napha ku radio control.
We then received a complaint via radio control.
Ukuthi kune shooting in progress eMzamo.
That there was a shooting in progress in Mzamo.
What time did the complaint come through?
Isikhathi enathola ngaso i-complaint kwakubani?
Wabu 7 minutes to 9.
7 minutes to 9.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can continue. And if you say Mzamo, what are you referring to?
Umuthi eMzamo ke usho kuphi? Noma ukhuluma ngani?
Wasinika i-address yonke yasemzamo 13 511 kuTlwanong Street. Imzamo section yakhona.
We were given the whole address of 13511 Kutlanong Street. Mzamo is the section there.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ngoba vele sasesiqedile lokho esasikwenza sasiphuthuma khona ke.
Because we had completed what we were busy doing, we then rushed to that place.
Just a minute. If you say we rushed to the place, who are you referring to?
Uma uthi sase ukhuluma ngobani?
Ngikhuluma ngecolleague yami uMathebula.
Referring to my colleague Matebula.
Yes, was it only the two of you?
Kwakuyinina nomabili kuphela.
Kwakukhona nama student amabili.
There were 2 students as well.
Yes, you may proceed.
Sase siphuthuma ke siyakhona eMzamo. Masifika eMzamo safika nje sathola omunye ubhuti wathi uThemba Khumalo.
We then rushed to Mzamo, and upon our arrival there, we found a gentleman who introduced himself as Themba Khumalo.
Yes, and what type of vehicle were you driving on the day?
Nanihamba ngemoto enjani ngalelo langa lelo?
Sasihamba ngemoto yamaphoyisa emakiwe.
A marked police vehicle.
And how were you dressed?
Nina-ke nanigqoke kanjani?
Sasifaka i-uniform.
Uniform.
Yes, you may proceed. You found one Mr. Themba on the premises, then what happened?
Ngaphambi kokuba nje sipake kunomama lapho wakhomba ukuthi babaleke bashone ngapha ngasepark.
Just before we parked there, there's a lady that pointed out to us that they ran towards the park.
A certain lady made a report to you, is that correct? Yes, after receiving this report from the lady, what did you do?
Uma senithole loyo mbiko nase nenzani?
Sajika nje ngasepark sabheka ke sabheka sabuya seza khona futhi lapha.
We then drove towards the park, we looked around there, and we came back.
Could you find anything at the park?
Uma nibheka ke epark lapho khona nakuthola?
Cha, asibonanga lutho.
No, we didn't see anything.
And where is this park in relation to the address that you've just mentioned?
Uma uqhathanisa ke ne address le noma indlu le enane kuyona ke ipark lena ke ikuphi nendawo uma uqhathanisa naloyo muzi loyo?
Mawuphuma egate la khona ingapha kwa left ayikude kodwa iseduzane.
When you exit through the gate to the left, and it's not far, it's close.
Which gate are you referring to?
Uma uthi uphuma ngegate ukhuluma ngayiphi gate?
Igate la le address asinike wona lo yamuza asinike wona address.
The gate of the house that we were referred to.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ungaqhubeka.
Sase siyabuya ke park sama khona lapha kulo yamuzi. Sase sithola ke lo wathi uThemba Khumalo umalume walapha. Sesibuza ukuthi kwenze njani kwenzakaleni.
We then came back, we parked there. That's when then we found this gentleman who said he's Themba Khumalo and he's an uncle there. We then inquired as to what happened.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wathi naye akanalo ulwazi.
What's the objection?
On the hearsay, what was said by Themba Khumalo, my lord, to the witness.
Well, I think
What's wrong with it?
my learned friend is jumping the gun. We're still going to lay the basis.
I see.
Yes. We just want to put in record that we'll be calling Mr. Themba Khumalo. May the hearsay evidence be provisionally allowed.
Any objection? Provisional admission?
My lord, the procedure is...
The what?
If a party intends to lead
Yeah.
a hearsay evidence, then if the bases are laid before, and then there will be no unnecessary objections on our side. My lord. Had we been told that Mr. Khumalo will be called and the state is applying to provisionally lead that evidence, then we have no problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, that's what we've just done, as I said. See, my learned friend just jumped the gun. The state will be calling Mr. Themba Khumalo.
Mr. Themba Khumalo.
Yes, may the hearsay evidence be provisionally allowed. Yes.
Ubusakhuluma ubusasho ke futhi.
Yes.
Owathi lo bhuti akanalo ulwazi olutheni ufonele usisi wakhe uMakhumalo ukuthi akazomgadela indlu lapho usaphuthuma esibhedlela.
This gentleman informed us that he didn't have much knowledge as to what happened, that he was contacted by his sister Makhumalo to come and look after the house. She is on her way, or she was on her way to the hospital.
Yes.
Yep.
Sase sithi ake singene endlini ke sibheke ngoba uthi ngathi khona umuntu olimalile lapha endlini kodwa basaphuthumise yena esibhedlela.
We then said or suggested that let us go into the house and have a look, because it appeared that there was someone who had been hurt or had been injured, and that person had then been rushed to hospital.
Yes, you may proceed.
Singaqhubeka.
Wasivulela umnyango sangena endlini.
He then opened the door for us and we entered the house.
Which door did he open?
Uphi umnyango awuvula?
Wase kitchen.
The kitchen door.
Yes, you may proceed.
Yebo.
uma singena sivula umnyango lapha eceleni kwamnyango kwakunesigqoko nje necrashes okwakuhleli.
Upon opening the door, just close to the door, there was a crutch as well, or crutches as well as a hat that were just lying there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where precisely?
Kuphi nendawo.
Kwakuhleli phansi nje ngapha ngaso sink noma istove lapho.
Close to the sink. It was just on the floor, close to the sink or the stove around there.
Just want to show you photo 3 and 4 of exhibit C. Maybe photo 4 of exhibits C.
Still take a look. It's a 7-7.
You can use the photo to illustrate your evidence.
Kulesa sithombe ke usho-ke ukuthi wawukuphi. Yeah. Wayibona kuphi.
Yikho lo.
Okay, naqhubeka.
Use isigqoko lesi.
This is the head. Pointing to what is lying there. Yep.
Necrashes.
This is the crutch.
Yes, thank you. You may proceed.
Singaqhubeka.
Sase sijikela ke ngale kulele linye igumbi dining room.
We then went to the other room. It is now the dining room.
Yes.
Yep.
Hayi kwakungena lutho olutheni khona kwakukhona amakana amabili otshwala lapha.
There was nothing much there. There were also 2 cans of liquor there.
We just want to show you a photo.
Nesithombe nje esibonisa sona.
The photo number 112.
Sona lesi.
You can use that photo to illustrate your evidence.
Uma ungasebenzisa lesi sithombe ke ukutshengisa ke lokho oqeda ukusho manje.
112 as well as 114 of exhibit D.
Yebo.
Yebo yiwo lawo makasi.
These are the cans.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ungaqhubeka.
Kwakunaneke negazi kodwa ama drop nje amancanyana egazi akusikho ukuthi igazi eliningi cha.
There was blood as well, but it was just drops. Not to say that it was a lot of blood. No. The witness is whispering, saying maybe blood stains.
Yes, where did you see the blood stains?
Kuphi nendawo igazi lenibona kuphi nendawo?
Khona lapha edining room phansi.
On the floor in the dining room.
Yes, precisely where?
Kahle kahle kuphi nendawo khona lapha dining room.
Ngakusekho.
Yebo.
If you don't remember, it's fine. Can you remember where the blood stains were?
Ukhumbule usho ungabe uyakhumbula noma ukhumbula.
No, eyegazi no siyibone sengibuya. Ngicela yes eyegazi angiyibona ngamasafiko kokuqala.
Masobuya kuphi? Uthi masobuya ubuya kuphi?
Sengiphumile endlini ngaye esibhedlela ngabuya.
Okay, all right. The blood, I didn't see it when we went to the house for the first time because at the time when we left the house, went to hospital and came back. It was when we were coming back from the hospital.
Yes. Right. So at that stage, you have just testified that you saw the cans as demonstrated in photo 112 exhibit D. What else did you see at that stage?
Nanje ngokuthi ke ngaleso sikhathi leso ke wabona amakani la awu2 yikupho okunye wakubona ngaleso sikhathi
Nama crashes nesigqoko.
the crutches the head.
Now, after the observations there in the dining room, after seeing the cans, what happened?
Uma se ukubonileke lokho lapha edining room kwase kwenzekani ke
Ngoba akukho umaluma ayesitshela khona ukuthi kwenzakaleni naye umuntu ongazi lutho wase umuntu onolwazi usisi wakhe uMakhumalo usesibhedlela sathi ngcono ke siphuthume siyobheka esibhedlela
because oh sorry badelela skisi
akakhiye lapha endlini sihambe thina siyesibhedlela siyokhuluma nosisi wakhe
because the uncle was of no assistance to us, so couldn't tell us much. He then said that the person that knew was the sister who was in hospital. We then requested him to lock the house, so we rushed to hospital and go and find out there.
Yes, you may proceed.
Yebo.
saze siphuthuma ke siyezibhedlela wakhiyo umalume lapha endlini saphuthuma ke saye esibhedlela
The uncle locked the house. We then rushed to the hospital.
Yes.
Yebo.
sithema singena nje egethini lasesibhedlela sahlangana nemoto
Just as we entered the gate at the hospital, we came across a car.
Yes. What car was it?
Imoto in there.
kwakuyi BMW
It was a BMW.
Yes. Model and make.
Iluphi uhlobo lwe-BMW?
noma X6 noma X5
X6 or X5, I'm not certain.
Yes.
Yebo.
yasiyama le moto nje sama zaqondana imoto ngoba ethi ayingena esibhedlela leyiphuma yasiyama
This car then stopped. We also stopped, and the cars stopped next to each other because that vehicle was driving out of the hospital, and we were driving into the hospital.
Yes.
Yebo.
kwakudrive umuntu owusisi wavulwa ifastela nathi salivula ifastela
A lady was driving. The window was open, and we also opened our window.
ehamba nje nokunye okumfana
Was in the company of a gentleman.
Yes.
Yep.
So you may proceed.
Yebo.
owasesibuza ukuthi ngabe sithole icall yini size ku lento eyenzakele elantinganeni emzamo sathi yebo sithole icall kodwa asitholi kwenzakalani
What is mean?
We were then asked, or this person then asked us, were we then responding to a call about what had happened in Mzamo? And we then said yes, but we couldn't find anything, or we couldn't find much.
Could you establish the identity of this lady?
Ukuthi Kwakuwubani loyo sisi loyo ke? Ngabe nathola nini ukuthi kwakuwubani loyo sisi loyo?
Yebo wagcine wayichaza ukuthi ubani noma mina ngangingamazi kodwa wayichaza ukuthi ubani.
Yes, she ended up introducing herself. I didn't know who she was, but she introduced herself.
Yes, introduce herself as who?
Wathini uma echaza?
Wathi umama wengane ka Senzo.
She introduced herself as being the mother of Senzo's child.
Yes.
Washo ke
Is it correct that she made a report to you?
Kodwa ke khona awakusho kimi noma ungangeke udalule ukuthi wathini kodwa khona awakusho kunina angithi.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. What did you do further?
Emuva kokuthi esekushilo ke lokho nase nenzani.
Owayisethi ke
Don't disclose the contents of the report. What happened further?
Ufuna nje ukuthi ungangeni ukuthi yini awamtshela yona usukuthi emuva kokuthi ekushilo ke lokho nase nenzani nini.
Did you then drive into the hospital?
Nangena yini esibhedlela.
yebo sangena esibhedlela.
Yes, we did.
Yes.
Yebo.
Which hospital was it?
Kwakuyisiphi isibhedlela?
Thilong.
Butsilong.
Yes.
Yebo.
Sase sithola usister saye casual sathola ke usister nurse lapha uncekethwa yini.
We then went to the casualty and then there's a sister nurse that we found there. I'm not certain whether it's Negetwa or.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sase siyamchazela ukuthi size kanjani sifuna umndeni waka so wase yasibonisa bona babehleli umndeni waba uhleli ngapha wasithatha ke wasisa la kwakhona khona umzimba walomuntu wayidubulekile.
We then told her who we were and the purpose of us being there. She then pointed to us, the family, they were seated on the side there, and then took us to where the body of the person that was shot was.
Yes, you may proceed.
Sambona ke umuntu wesilisa wayedubuleke nje lapha esifubeni.
We then saw this male person that was shot here in the chest. He's pointing to the front.
Yes, could you recognize the person?
Ingabe namazi yini uma nimbona ke lo muntu wesilisa?
Yeah, ngoba kuumuntu asimbona phela ko TV sambona ukuthi uye lo.
Yes, because it's someone that we used to see on TV. We then indeed could see that it was him.
Yes, who was it?
Kwakubani?
Wawu Senzo Meyiwa.
Senzo Meyiwa.
Yes, you may proceed.
Sase sikhuluma nomama uMakhumalo lo sasichazelweni ukuthi uyena ozosinika information.
We then spoke to the lady Khumalo, the one that we were informed about, that she's the one that was going to provide us with information.
Yes.
Yebo.
Sicela kumama ukuthi engakhona nokubuyela nathi le ndlini. Cha wavuma wathi akunankingi.
We then inquired from her as to whether she'll be able to go back with us to the house. She then said there was no problem. She agreed.
Yes, you may proceed.
Yebo.
Azosifonela ke abanye esasebenzisana nabo ukuthi sicela ukuthi baze lapha esibhedlela bazosibhekela ngoba kwase kugcwele kakhulu.
We then contacted our colleagues to come to the hospital, to come and have a watch, to keep watch there because it was now packed.
Yes, you may proceed.
Correct.
Mabefika ke labafowethu asesishiyana laba ke ama students asesibuyela emumva no mama lo uMakhumalo.
When our colleagues arrived, we left the students with them. Then we went back to the house with Khumalo.
Yes, you
Yeah.
may proceed.
Wayehamba esichazela ke lapha endleleni ukuthi kwenzakaleni until sasafika endlini.
As we were driving or traveling, she was informing us what happened up until we reached the house.
Yes.
Yep.
Safika ke samfica kumalume futhi noma kwase kunabantu nje emgwaqeni sebebaningi kodwa samfica kumalume.
On our arrival there, we found the uncle. He was there. Although now there were a lot of people in the street, but the uncle was still there.
Is that Mr. Temba Khumalo that
Temba
you referred
Khumalo.
to earlier on?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Wayesephuma netape umathebula wavala ke la egateini ngetape ukuthi labantu bangangeni ngaphakathi. Ngase siyangena ke endlini wasivulela futhi umalume ngoba kwakuyo wayephethe ukey.
Matebula then alighted with a tape and then cordoned off so that the people couldn't gain access. We then entered the house. The uncle opened for us because he's the one that had the key.
Just a minute. I just want to show you photo 1 of exhibit C. If you can use that photo to illustrate your evidence.
Wafaka itape la.
He put the tape here, the witness pointing to the wall, of the opening there.
Yes, you may proceed to say the uncle opened as he had the key. Then what happened? Which
Ma-
door did he open?
Uma esenivulela ke umalume wanivulela kuphi umnyango?
Wazivulela wasekitchen.
The kitchen door.
Yes.
Yebo.
Masivula ke sathi singena nje sangena phakathi endlini uMakhumalo waxosha isigqoko phansi wathi lesi sigqoko
As a court, please don't refer to anything that was said by Khumalo. Just testify about your own observations.
Ilokho isho nje wena lokho owakubona ke ukuthi wasethini ke yena kuMakhumalo ungangeni ke ukusho lokho.
Yes, you entered through the kitchen door. What did you observe?
Uma ningena ke ngomnyango wasekitchen wabonani?
hayi masingena ke endlini ke sabheka ke ngoba sesinolwazi ukuthi kwenzakalani ke.
We then went into the house, we looked around because now we had knowledge as to what had happened.
Yes.
Sakhona ukubona nokuthi kwakune bathi i-bullet projectile lokwaphambili kwakulimele lapha phansi.
We also saw that there was this damaged bullet projectile, which was on the floor.
Yes, where on the floor?
Kuphi nendawo phansi?
Ekitchen.
In the kitchen.
The other items that you had already referred to, what was the position regarding those items that you saw on your first visit?
Uma senibuya ke manje lokho kunye obukhulume ngako ngaphambilini ebenikubonile nkathi nifika kokuqala sasithini isimo sabo?
Kwakusekhona lapho esasikushiye khona.
It was still there where we had left it.
We just want to show you photo 5 of exhibit C. If you can just show where you saw the projectile.
Phinde usebenzise kona lokho ukukhombisa ukuthi le projectile elimele nayi khona kuphi nendawo khona lapho.
Ikhona lapho kule nto lena yellow.
Witness pointing to the yellow or cone that is there say that it was just there.
Was the yellow cone there at that stage?
Ngaleso sikhathi leso yayilapha yani cone leyana yellow.
Cha yayingekho.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, what else did you notice?
Ikuphi okunye nakubona?
Nakho ke lokho esasikushiyile lokho.
As well as that which we had left. Witness pointing to the crutch as well as the head.
Yes.
Sasijikela ngale ke e-dining room.
We then went to the dining room.
Yes.
Yeah.
Namakana amabili bekayekhona yasasiwabona ekhathi sifike oqala.
The two cans were still there, the cans that we saw on our first visit.
Yes.
Yebo.
Asasibona ukuthi kunanegazi phansi.
We then noticed that there was,
Ama-dot nje egazi.
we also noticed that there was blood on the floor, these dots of blood.
Where precisely did you see the dots of blood?
Kuphi nendawo? Ngiyabona ukuthi phansi kodwa ngiyabona kuphi nendawo.
Ayiseceleni kosofa phansi lapha e-dining room.
Next to the couch on the floor in the dining room.
We just want to show you a photo. It's photo number 65 of exhibit D.
Nesithombe ke uzositshengiswa lapha 65.
If you can use the photo to illustrate your evidence.
Awusebenzise ke lesi sithombe ukutshengisa ke lokho okushoyo.
Yilo le.
This is it. Witness pointing between the TV stand as well as the couch.
Yes, you may proceed.
Usungaqhubeka.
Saseke sifonela SCSC.
We then contacted CSC.
And what does CSC stand for?
Umeleni ke uCSC.
Client Service Center.
Client Service Center.
Yes.
Yep.
And where is that?
Ukuphi? Ukuphi yena? Noma ukuphi ku CSC? Ukuphi lapho?
The police station.
At the police station.
Yes. Which police station?
Yiphi yona?
Vosloorus.
Vosloorus.
Yes, you may proceed.
Sesingaqhubeka.
Sathola warrant officer Maphafu ngicela ukuthi akasi-organize ama-photographer athinte nama-detective ne-duty officer
Mapapa.
Maphafu.
Oh, we then got Warrant Officer Mapafu, requested him to get us a photographer, the detectives,
Ne-
photographer, detective, the duty officer,
The duty
as
officer,
well as the
yeah.
duty officer.
Yes, you may proceed.
Maqhubeka.
Hayi wasithintela ke bona.
He contacted those people.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wafika uCaptain Zwane.
Captain Zwane arrived.
Yes. In what capacity did he arrive there?
Ufika nanjengo noma ufika ezokuthini noma ufika ezokwenzani.
uCaptain Zwane ukuma detective kodwa wayefika njenge standby duty officer.
He's part of the detective, but he arrived in the capacity of standby duty officer.
Yes, you may proceed.
Yebo.
Sambonisa ke nathi esesikubonile.
We then pointed out to him what we had already seen.
Yeah, what did you point out to him?
Yeah, ikuphi enamkhombisa kona.
Sambonisa le bullet projectile nesiqoko
The bullet projectile, the head,
nalo ke crashes simbonisa negazi lapha. Oh nanokuthi umnyango wasekhishini
yebo.
sabona ukuthi ulimele umnyango.
The bullet projectile, the head, the crutch. The other thing is that the kitchen door, we also established or found out that it was damaged.
At which stage did you establish that?
Nakubona nini lokho ukuthi umnyango ulimele?
Ngenkathi nje sisabheka zonke lezi zinto lezi nawo sawubona ukuthi umnyango masubuyisa singathi siyawuvala sabona ukuthi umnyango ulimele.
Whilst we were looking at all of these mentioned things, and when we were closing the door, that's when we noticed that it was damaged.
I'm going to show you photo 18. Maybe photo 19. You can just use that photo to illustrate your evidence.
18 and 19.
Yebo yikho lapho ulimele khona.
That's where the door was damaged. The witness pointing to the door.
Photo 18 of Exhibit D, my lord, for record purposes. Yes, you may proceed.
Maqhubeka ke.
Sambonisa konke ke uCaptain Zwane wase ethatha umama lo Khumalo wami interview ake ekhuluma naye.
We pointed everything out to Captain Zwane. He then took the lady, Khumalo, and interviewed her.
Yes, you may proceed.
Maqhubeka.
Masiqeda kwase kufika lo othatha izithombe wama photograph.
When we finished, the photographer arrived.
Do you know his name?
Oh, uyalazi igama lakhe?
wathi kithi uConstable Msiya.
He introduced himself to us as Constable Msiya.
Yes.
Yep.
Ay, ngoba uCaptain Zwane sase simbonisile okunyeke ngoba wayebhize ethatha amanothi uthe mayiqeda ukukhuluma nalo mama wayiseke embonisa ke naye umsi ukuthi hayi ebese sakutholile nje ilokhu isiqoko ne projectile lapha yana negazana ke lapha lawo ma dot egazi.
Because we had already spoken to Captain Zwane and told him what we found, and once he had finished speaking to the lady, he then told Msiya what it is that was found, the projectile, the head, as well as the blood that was found there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Uthe esebhizi uCaptain Zwane esakhuluma noMsiya kwangena ke amanye nje amaphoyisa banye babengafakile ke kodwa uniform.
Whilst Captain Zwane was still busy speaking to Msiya, other police officers came in and others were not even wearing a police uniform.
Yes.
Yeah.
Umuntu esasimazi kuyo le team eyangenayo sasazi uBrigadier Ndlovu.
The person that we recognized or that we knew from that team that came in was Brigadier Ndlovu.
Yes.
Yebo.
Bathi bayi task team ibona abazo qhubeka na leli cala lapha so thina bathi we can be excused bayakhuluma kanjalo.
They then introduced themselves as the task team and that they were the ones that were going to proceed further and said that we could be excused. That's how they put it.
Yes. And if they say you could be excused, who were they referring to?
Uma bethi ke nina ke seningaba excused babesho kobani?
Babesho kimi noMathebula uCaptain Zwane.
They were referring to myself, Mathebula, and Captain Zwane.
Yes, you may proceed.
Yebo.
Angeke ngithi kukumsiya ngoba wasala yena thina saphuma ke sahamba. So angeke ngithi mhlawumbe babesho nakuye ngikho ngingambali yena.
I wouldn't refer to Msiya as well because we went out and he remained behind. So that's why I'm not counting him in.
Yes.
Yebo.
Sise sima ngaphandle sasithi ngoba vele idocket bese siqedile okunye asihambeni siyo register police station sesiyoqedela police station kusele.
We were standing outside and then we just said to ourselves because with regards to the docket, the other things we had already finished. So let's proceed to the police station and then we'll complete it there.
Is what we're going to complete at the police station?
Yini nanizoyiqedela noma lokho okwakusele nanizoqedela e-police station?
Kwase kusele okuncane nje ukuthi si-author idocket sayina nje.
That not much was left in the docket as well as just signing.
Yes. What were you busy with? What were you compiling?
yini le enanihlanganisa?
I-docket,
The docket,
i-statement zethu.
our statements.
Yes, can you remember more or less what time you started compiling your statements?
Ingabe usakhumbula yini ukuthi uqala kwenu ukuhlanganisa idocument zenu kwakungabani isikhathi?
Ngihambe uqala ukulibhala ngaliqala ngo-10.
I started writing mine at 10.
Now, when you started writing your statement, had Constable Musia arrived?
Nkathi uqala ukubhala esakho statement, umsiya wayesefikile?
Cha wayengakafiki.
No, he hadn't arrived.
Do you have an idea of the time at which he arrived?
Ingabe usazi yini usakhumbula yini ukuthi isiphi isikhathi awafika ngaso yena umsiya?
Noma ngingasakhumbuli kahle isikhathi kodwa ngingathi nje mhlambe ngoba past 12 mina ngase ngise police station. Ngathi mhlambe umsiya ufike from 11 singabeka u12 ngqo. Noma ngingasasikhumbuli exactly isikhathi afika ngaso.
Between 11 and 12, although I am not very certain about the time in which he arrived, because by 12:30, I was already at the police station.
What time did you leave the scene?
Ukuhamba ke khona lapha kwindawo lena yesehlakalo ke wahamba ngasiphi isikhathi?
Noma ngenaso isiqiniseko sesikhathi engahamba ngaso kodwa ngingathi mhlawumbe ke ngahamba ngo 12:10.
Although I am not certain about the time, let's say maybe about 12:10.
And how far is the police station from the scene?
Ukusuka la isigameko senzeka khona ke ipolice station ikude kangakanani?
Mhlawumbe ngathi 5 to 6 kilometers.
Maybe 5 to 6 kilometers.
And how far is the hospital from the scene?
Ukusuka la
Butsilong Hospital.
Ukusuka la isigameko senzeka khona ke isibhedlela sona sikude kangakanani?
Isibhedlela ne police station kusondelene. So ngathi mhlambe kusuka lapha ekutlanong yesibhedlela khona mhlambe ngaba u7 ngoba sithe ukuthi kancane kodwa nje into esondelene ngoba uyakwazi ukusuka epolice station uyesibhedlela ngeinyawo.
Okay. The hospital as well as the police station are close. So I would say about 7 kilometers because if you are able to walk from the police station to the hospital.
Yes, you may proceed.
Yebo. Singaqhubeka.
Sabashiya ke lapha esinini thina ke sase siyele police station siyolungisa idocket.
We then left them at the scene, went to the police station to go and then that is now compile or finish complete the docket.
Yes.
Yep.
Angisenazo isiqiniseko noma sabuya sama lapha ngaphandle sesiyibuyela nje sesingasangene endabeni ye case.
I am not certain as to whether did we go back there just to stand outside and not being part of the case itself.
Yes.
Yebo.
Is that all, or is there anything else that you
Iloko
wish
nje
to
kuphela
add?
noma khona okunye? No.
Do you remember what time it was when you, or did you register a docket?
Ingaba ke i-docket ina register.
Ngiyakunosisi osebenza lapha e-computer room wa register.
Yes, there's a lady who works at the computer room. She registered it.
Do you remember what time it was?
Usakhumbula isikhathi?
Angazi ukuthi wa register ngoba ufike phela ulibeka amanye ama docket. Sekukhona amanye.
I don't know what time she registered it, because what you do is, upon arrival there are other dockets, so you just place it on top of the other dockets.
Thank you, my lord. That will be all.
Thanks. Yes, sir.
As it pleases the court, my lord. Morning, Mr. Mteto.
Yes.
Now, the incident that you have testified about occurred some 9 years ago on the 26th of October 2014, correct?
Isihlakalo lesi-ke onikeza ubufakazi ngazo senzeka-ke iminyaka ewu-9 eyendlula ngeyi-26 ka-October 2014.
Yeah.
Yes.
And would you agree with me that through the passage of time, memory fades away?
Uzovumelana-ke nami uma ngithi-ke ngokuhamba kwesikhathi-ke indlela-ke yokukhumbula iyashabalala noma iyahamba noma isikhathi ukuthi umuntu uyakhohlwa-ke ngokuhamba kwesikhathi.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm saying this because I've listened to you during your evidence in chief. On several respects, you were unsure of what happened. Is that correct?
Ngikusho lokho-ke uma ngilaleleke wena-ke ubufakazi bakho ukuthi kukhona la ungasakhumbuli-ke khona noma unganasiqiniseko khona, angithi?
Yeah.
Yes.
And in order for you to have been certain today here in court, the only Bible or your book that is the sergeants and lower ranking officers, it's the pocket book or what is called the SAP 206, correct?
Ongakusiza-ke wena-ke ukuthi-ke ezinye izinto uyikhumbuleke iloko enikubiza ngokuthi i-206 noma-ke i-pocket book.
Yeah.
Yes.
And on the night of the incident, did you have your pocket book with you?
Ngaleliya langa-ke lesihlakalo i-pocket book yakho wawunayo kuwena?
Yeah, well,
Yes.
Now, when you received the dispatch from radio that there's an incident of a shooting incident at Muzamo section 13511 Kutlano Street, you, per standing orders of the police, you then memorialized the time that you received that dispatch, correct?
Uma noma nkathi-ke senithola-ke umbiko loyo-ke kuyona-ke i-radio control ukuthi kunalokhu okwenzekile eMzamo section 13511 Kutlwanong Street. Ngicabanga ukuthi-ke isikhathi leso-ke enathola ngaso loyo mbiko loyo isikhathi owasibhala phansi kuyona-ke i-pocket book.
Yeah.
Yes.
And in fact, everything that you do that night, your movement, your observations, the scene, the people that you talk to, you memorialize that in a pocket book so that it serves as a refresher when you come to testify in court like this, correct?
Konke-ke okwenzeka ngaleliya langa owakubona ukuhamba kwakho abantu owakhulumisana nabo konke lokho ukuze-ke uyikhumbuzeke noma ukukhumbuleke into leyo kufanele ukuthi uyibhale phansi kuyona i-pocket book.
Yeah.
Yes.
And do you know what happened to that pocket book of yours for the incident or the month of October 2014?
Ingabe uyazi yini ukuthi leyo pocket book ikuphi noma kwenzekani ngayo leyo yange-26 ka-October 2014?
Ithi mayisigcwele i-pocket book bese siyibuyisela kubo laphaya e-logistic.
Once the pocket book is full, we take it back to them at logistics.
Bese bona-ke bekwazi ukuthi basinike enye.
So that they are able to give us another one.
Sake sazama-ke ukuyowafuna ama-pocket book.
We then attempted to go and look for the pocket books.
Sangawathola
we were unable to find them.
base besibhalela istatement sathola nokuthi angazi after isikhathi esingakanani anoma u3 years noma u4 years bayawa destroyer lawo sabe sesikuthola naloko.
Sorry. They then wrote us statements, and then the other thing that we established, I'm not certain as to whether is it 3 years or 4 years. They then destroy the pocketbooks, but yebo.
Esawatholayo ekhona lapha awokuqala kuwa 2016.
But the ones that we were able to get or to find there were from the start of 2016.
Yona asiyitholanga.
But this specific one we couldn't find.
Now you received this dispatch from radio control. Did they there and then tell you the information about who the victim was?
Uma senithola lo mbiko ke ku radio control ingaba basho yini ukuthi ubani ke lo muntu olimele?
Cha.
No.
Did they at dispatch there and then tell you about the number of suspects involved?
Ngabe basho yini ukuthi bangaki abantu abasolwa lapho?
Cha.
No.
Did you receive from dispatch information about the description of the alleged suspects?
Babachaza yini ukuthi ba abantu abakanjani laba abasolwayo?
Cha.
No.
Did you further also receive information about whether the suspects were still in the house or the suspects were in flight mode, were running away?
Ingame uma bekusho lokho bakusho yini ukuthi labantu laba ke noma basolo laba basesendlini noma ke sebehambile noma sebebalekile noma bayabaleka?
Cha.
No.
Now, if I understood your testimony correctly, is that the call from dispatch, you received it at around 20 hours 53, correct?
Uma ngikuzwe kahle ke ushilo ukuthi kwakuyimizuzu ewu7 phambi ko9 uma nithola loyo mbiko loyo.
Yep.
Yes.
And from you were, correct me if I'm wrong, you were from the police station or were you out on the beat patrolling at the time you received the dispatch call?
Kathi niwuthola umbiko loyo ke niwuthola umbiko nise police station noma niwuthola ningaphandle vele ni patroller?
Sase police station.
Where the police station?
And that is what you've just testified now about, that the distance between the police station and the crime scene at Kutlwano Street 13511 Mzamo section was plus minus 6 kilometers, correct?
Yiloko qeda ukusho ke manje ukuthi ke ibanga ke ukusuka police station ukuya khona lapho ke isigameko senzeka khona ke kuphakathi ku5 no6 kilometers.
Yeah.
Yes.
And approximately your best estimation, how long did it take you to arrive at Kutlwano Street, that's in crime scene?
Ukusuka khona ke police station ngabe kwanithatha isikhathi esingakanani ke manje ucabanga noma uqagela ke ukusuka police station uyofika khona lapho isigameko senzeka khona kwanithatha isikhathi esingakanani?
Mhlambe ngathi u10 kuya ku12 minutes mangaphosisi.
Maybe 10 to 12 minutes if I'm not mistaken.
And you are driving to that scene, correct me if I'm wrong, with your blue lights on and the siren on, or are you just driving normally to that scene?
Nani hambela nje noma nani driver ke ngama blue lights kanye ne siren uma niya khona?
Asi driver ngawa ama blue light.
We were driving with the blue lights.
Okay. And there's yourself, Sergeant Matebula, and the two student constables, correct?
Wena umathebula kanye nama students amabili.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, how did you find this scene? Was it easy to locate, or had to ask other people to direct you to the scene?
Kwakuwukuthi kulula ukuyithola le ndawo lena noma ke kwafanele ukuthi nibuziseke ukuze niyithole la isigameko esenzeka khona.
Hayi, istrati siyasazi le ndawo siyayazi kwabe nje sekubheka i-house number.
We know we know the street. We also know the street, the place. So we just had to look for the house number.
And describe for us how the condition of the scene. Let's speak about not even in the house itself, outside the yard on the street. How was the condition like in terms of people being there?
Uma ungasitshela ngesimo ke singekakhulumi ke phakathi endlini ke estradini nje ngaphandle ke kwakukanjani ke ngokumayelana nokuthi abantu babe khona kathi nifika.
Babe ngekho beningi. Umuntu engamnothisa nje lo mama wayeloko ekhomba ama direction.
There were not many. The only person that I noticed was the lady that was pointing the directions out.
And when you arrived there outside the yard, did you notice any Honda Ballad motor vehicle?
Uma nifika lapha yana ikhona yini imoto eyiHonda Ballad owayibona?
Cha, angiyinakanga ngazo. Ngibonanga moto.
No, I didn't take note. I didn't see a car.
Now you stop outside the yard. This Themba Khumalo person, where did you meet him?
Uma senima ke ngaphandle ke uThemba Khumalo lona nahlangana kuphi nendawo naye?
Ube khona ngaphandle egate.
It was outside the gate.
And you engage with Themba Khumalo, who tells you that he's got little knowledge of what had transpired, but that the people that have knowledge of what transpired are all at the hospital, and he mentions Makhumalo, correct?
Wasenitshela ukuthi yena ke akukho nje okuningi ke akwaziyo kodwa ke abantu abanolwazi basesibhedlela wasechaza ke uma esho uMakhumalo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, there and then, did he tell you about who the victim was?
Ingabe wabe senitshela yini ukuthi ubani ke umuntu owalimala?
Cha.
No.
And if I understood your evidence correctly, is that since that you learned that there was a shooting scene, you then asked Themba Khumalo to open the house for you so that you can have a look, correct?
Nanjengoba nansenizwile ke ukuthi kwakudutshuliwe ke labo nansenimcela ke uThemba Khumalo loyo ukuthi anivuleleke endlini.
Yeah.
Yes.
What was the real objective of getting in the house, since you were informed that the victim has been transferred to hospital and everybody else that knows about what transpired is also at the hospital?
Manje ke kwakuyini ke inhloso yokungena ngaphakathi ke endlini nanjengoba nansenitsheliwe ke ukuthi lona olimele usehanjisiwe ke usesibhedlela futhi ke nalabo abanolwazi ukuthi yini eyenzeka abekho basesibhedlela kwakuyini ke inhloso yokuthi nifise noma nifuna ukungena ngaphakathi?
Sasifuna ukubona ukuthi phela mhlambe kwenzakale ngaphandle noma endlini, mhlambe endlini sizobona noma igazi onje okutshengisayo ukuthi kube nenkinga eyenzakale lapha yenzakale endlini noma ngaphandle.
We wanted to see whether it happened inside or outside, or whether we're gonna find anything or something, whether it is blood, as whether inside or outside.
Did you then first inspect outside to see whether the scene occurred outside the yard?
Ingabe nase nibheka ngaphandle ke ukubona ke ukuthi isigameko lesi senzeka ngaphakathi noma ngaphandle endlini?
Hayi ngoba ngaphandle yayingekho into eyayibonisa ukuthi khona okwenzakala ingakho sase singena endlini.
Because there was nothing that was an indicator that there was that it happened outside. We then went into the house.
Now, in your 15-year experience as a police officer, you will know that as a first responder or the first officers to arrive at the scene, you've got certain responsibilities regarding that scene, correct?
Nanjengomuntu ke uneminyaka u15 ke esebenza ke emaphoyiseni uzokwazi ke ukuthi nanjengabantu bokuqala ke abafika ke lapha yana ukunina ke ukuthini ukuthi ke noma ke nama responsibility eninawo ke ukuthi kunezinto ekufanele nizenzeke khona lapha ngithi.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, tell me if you agree with me that the primary objective of a first responder first is to secure, make sure that everybody on the scene is safe, i.e., whether the victim is in the scene, and two, whether there's medical attendance that is required for that person. That's the first priority, correct?
Okokuqala ke ukuqiniseka ke noma ukwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi ke wonke ke umuntu okhona ke lapho uvikelekile ke usafe nokuthi ke ivictim ke naye ke uyathola ke ukusizakala ke uma kuukuthi kufanele ke athole usizo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then if that is not the case, as is in this case, where the victim has already been transported to hospital, so there's no medical emergency, the second priority then becomes securing the scene, correct?
Lana ke nanjengoba sekutholakele ukuthi ke sasingekho kwisidingo saloko nanjengoba ke wayesehanjisiwe ke noma usesesibhedlele ke okwesibili ke manje ukwenza ke isiqiniseko sokuthi indawo lena ke isigameko senzeke kuyona ke is-safe noma is-secure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you, that night, upon realizing that from Themba Khumalo that the victim is at hospital, everybody that knows about the scene is about the incident is at hospital, did you take any steps to secure that scene?
Uma senizwile ke ngoThemba Khumalo ukuthi ke lona olimele usehanjisiwe kusesibhedlele bonke abantu abanolwazi ukuthi yini eyenzakele basesibhedlele ingaba khona yini enakwenza ke ukuthi nisecure noma nivaleke isini leyo.
Esakwenza ukuthi siqale sithole umuntu onolwazi asichazele ukuthi kwenzakalani.
What we did was to first get hold of the person with the information to let us know or to inform us as to what happened.
So it was not necessary at that stage to secure or cordon off the scene.
Ngaleso sikhathi ke noma uthi ke ngaleso sikhathi leso sasingekho ke isidingo ke sokuthi nivale noma nisecure ke isini.
Sesiyazi ukuthi iyona yipi isini ngabe kungaphandle noma kusendlini or outside the yard mhlawumbe.
Because we knew already as to which was the scene. Was it now outside the yard, inside the house?
Let's move on, Mr. Mtetwa. Now, you say we entered the house. Themba Khumalo opened for us. Who is the we?
Ube so uthi ke sasesingena ke endlini uThemba Khumalo wasivumela uma uthi sa usho obani?
Ngisho mina noMathebula.
Myself and Mathebula.
And the student constables?
Ama student wana?
Na wayekhona.
They were also there.
Did they also enter the house?
Nabo bangena.
Babe ngaphandle.
They were standing outside.
Now, as you enter, you say your immediate sight is drawn to a head and a crutch. Is that what I understood your evidence to be?
Ngikuzwe kahle ke uthi unathi nje uma ningena wasubona isigqoko ke kanye necrutch.
Yeah.
Yes.
And did that inform you that the incident occurred in the house at that stage?
Ingabe lokho kwase kunitshela ke yini ukuthi lokho kwenzeka phakathi endlini?
Cha.
No.
And you then proceed and enter the sitting room, dining room area, correct?
Nase ningena ke niya khona ke dining room.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you testify that you saw a couple of alcohol cans somewhere in that area, correct?
Nase nibona ke lamakana amabili ke otshwala.
Yeah.
Yes.
At any stage now, you've entered through the kitchen, you've seen the dining room, and you've got a general feel and idea of observation of that house, what you have seen. Did it then inform you that the incident occurred within that house?
Ningenile kitchen, sibonile isigqoko nibonile crash, ningena ke manje dining room, nibona ke lokho nikubonayo amakano otshwala, ingabe manje ke lokho ke sekunitshela yini ukuthi isigameko lo sisenzeke ngaphakathi endlini?
My Lord, I see it's the time of the mid-morning
Oh, is that
adjournment.
Okay, let's adjourn for 15 minutes.
Sorry.
To answer.
Oh, sorry.
To answer then.
Yeah, no, I'll go back to it. Sorry.
15.
I'm still on the podium, my lord.
I see.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Twala, just to be fair to you, sorry, Mr. Mtetwa, these names tend to be playing on my tongue. Just before we took a short adjournment, I asked you a question that you never responded to because I abruptly cut you off. The question was that the exhibits or the items that you observed there in the kitchen and in the dining room, the head, the crutch, and the cans of alcohol in the dining room, did it then and then inform you that there's an incident that occurred in the house?
Manje ke bengisakuzwe ngaphambilini ukuthi konke lokho wakubona isiqoko ikrachi amakano utshwala ukuthi lokho ke kwase kukutshela ke manje noma kuse kuba inkomba ke kwena ukuthi kunesahlakalo esenzeka phakathi endlini.
Cha kimi kwakungena qomba.
No, to me it was not an indication.
Okay, now before you went to hospital and instructed Mr. Kelly Khumalo to lock the house up, did you take any steps to secure the evidence that you saw in the kitchen and in the dining room?
Ngaphambilini kokuthi ke ubusucela ke yena ke ubaba uKhumalo ukuthi aphinde avaleke ngaba khona yini nakuzama ke noma nakwenza ukuthi nje ni secure ke lobo bufakazi lobo enabona lapho phakathi endlini.
Mayisho ubufakazi usho ama crashes nesiqoko.
Referring to the crutch as well as the head
And the beer cans?
namakan.
Cha.
No.
Now, you go to hospital and you learn of the demise of the deceased, correct?
Nase niya khona ke esibhedlele ila enase nitshelwa khona ke ukuthi cha ke akasekho noma lona olime ebekade limele akasekho emhlabeni.
Yeah.
Yes.
How long were you at the hospital before you then returned back to the scene at 13511 Kutlanong Street?
Kwaba isikhathi esingakanani nisesibhedlele ngaphambilini kokuthi niphinde futhi nibuyele khona eKutlanong Street?
Noma ngingasasikhumbula isikhathi kodwa asihlalanga esibhedlela futhi ngaphambi kokuba sesiboni kwenzakalana sabe sesiphuthuma.
Although I'm not certain about the time, but we didn't stay long at the hospital, and also after having seen as to what was happening, we then rushed.
And your testimony is that you returned from hospital with Khumalo, who en route explains to you what had transpired in the house, correct?
Nase nibuyela ke khona ke endlini nihamba naye ke uMakhumalo nanjengoba ushilo ukuthi njengoba nihamba njena ke enichazela ke ukuthi kwenzekani.
Yeah.
Yes.
And did you return with Khumalo and any person else that you did not arrive with at the hospital?
Uma senibuyela khona ke endlini nibuyela noMakhumalo nomunye umuntu omunye noma kwakuMakhumalo yedwa noma kwakukhona nomunye futhi?
AwuMakhumalo.
Only Makhumalo.
The reason I'm asking you this is that there's a lady that testified in this matter, Miss Mokete, who testified that she and Khumalo traveled with the police back to the scene from hospital. What's your comment on that?
Imbangela ukuthi ngikubuze loyo mbuzo ke ngoba ke kuno CC ke obe ufakazi lana ke uNthabise Mokete yena ke kubufakazi bakhe othe wayehamba noMakhumalo ke behamba namaphoyisa uma bebuya esibhedlele bebuyela khona endlini.
Angimazi ngihamba noMakhumalo.
I don't know her. I was only traveling with Makhumalo.
Now, you testified that upon arrival at the scene, there's now lots of people outside in the yard and in the street in that vicinity of the scene, correct?
Ushilo ukuthi uma senibuya ke esibhedlele manje senibuyela khona endlini ke nathola sekunabantu abaningi ke egcekeni estradini khona lapho nje kwisini leyo.
Cha babengekho endlini abantu babese emgwaqeni.
No, the people were not in the yard, they were in the street.
Okay. And you make further observations on the scene, for example, the damage to the kitchen door on your return, correct?
Uma senibuya ke okunye futhi owakubona ke noma wabe usubona ukuthi nomnyango ke ulimele nawo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, just to track back a bit, at the hospital, you also testified that you spoke a bit to Khumalo, correct?
Okunye futhi uma singabuyela nje emuva ke ushilo ukuthi nasesibhedlela ke wakhuluma nje kancane noMakhumalo.
Yebo ngoba sasibuza ukuthi ubani uMakhumalo baseyaza ke eseyichaza ke ukuthi hayi uyithi.
Yes, because we were inquiring as to who Makhumalo was. She then came to us saying that she was Makhumalo.
Now, as you go back with her, that is Khumalo, what she relates to you, did you then note it in your pocketbook?
Nanjengoba senibuya ke manje esibhedlela nibuyela khona ke endlini nihamba naye uMakhumalo, lokho awayenitshela kona ngaba okubhala noma nanikubhala noma okubhala phansi ku notebook.
Yes, sasikubhala okunye lokho sasibona ukuthi kubalulekile.
Yes, we would write the other stuff that we consider to be of importance.
Now, again, before you, let's clarify that. Did you go to the direction of the park in Kutlwanong to look for the suspects before you first entered the Khumalo residence or thereafter?
Ushilo ke ukuthi nathi uma nifika lapha yankathi nifika okokuqala kunalomuntu ke owayenikhomba ke ethi babaleke baye ngasepark. Ngabe uma ngabe senilandela ke niyobheka epark nikwenze lokho ngaphambi kokuthi ningene phakathi endlini noma nikwenze uma seniphuma endlini?
Ngaphambi kokuba singene endlini.
It was before we entered the house.
And what did you specifically do at the park? Did you just drive around the park? Did you get off the car to look into the park? What exactly did you do?
Nafika nenzani epark ngabe nje nani driver nje nijikeleze khona epark noma nami isimoto nasenehle emotweni nabheka yini nafika nayenze epark?
Asa driver nje sakhanyisa ama lights ajika.
We just drove applied the lights and then we turned back.
And now, at the scene, the first time when you get Mr. Khumalo Temba to open for you and have a walk through the scene, were you dressed in appropriate protective clothing to prevent cross-contamination?
Uma nifika laphayana nivulelwa uyena ke uMr Khumalo okokuqala laphayana nani igqoke ke impahla ekuyizona ke noma ke lokho okunivumelayo ukuthi kungabi khona nokuphazamiseka ke noma icontamination ekhona ngabe izinto nani igqokile noma nani ifakile ukuthi ningaphazamisi noma ngabe ukuphazamiseka kobufakazi usebenzisa le gama lokucontaminate ke
Ugqoke impahla zamaphoyisa.
we're wearing police uniform.
What I'm trying to get at from you is that you are not wearing the forensic clothes, the overalls, the booties, the gloves that the forensic people normally wear on crime scenes, correct?
Ngikhuluma kulezi ke zama forensic lezi abavamise ukuthi bayifake ke uma kunamasini ke ama gloves, ama booty, ama overall. No.
Now, lastly, just to clarify something on the pocketbook that you say it was destroyed, apparently from the knowledge that you got at the station that they are generally destroyed after 3 years, correct?
Ushilo ukuthi awunasiqiniseko sokuthi u3 noma u4 years kodwa bashilo nje ukuthi phakathi ko3 no4 years bayawa destroy ama pocketbook.
Yeah.
When did you go to look for this pocketbook in particular? Which year did you go to look for this pocketbook?
Kwakunini uma niya ke niyowabheka lama pocketbook niye ngawuphi unyaka ukuyowabheka?
Unyaka uphelile.
Last year.
Khathi sila ecourt.
It was when we were here in court.
So that will be 2022.
Yes.
And you testified that you only managed to get pocketbooks for 2016, correct?
Ishilo kunathola ayetholakala ilawa seqaleni ka2016. Yes.
If I may ask you this, after 2016 to date, to 2022, 5 years had elapsed roughly. Why was this pocketbook, in your knowledge, also not destroyed, the 2016 one that you found, if they are destroyed every 3 years or 4 years?
Uma kuwukuthi njengoba ngaphambilini ushilo ukuthi awazi noma u3 noma u4 years yini la adestroy khona. Manje ke uma uye last year wase uthola ke aka 2016 ingabe uyazi yini ukuthi kwakungani leli yona ka 2016 ngoba seku 5 years ke ukuthi lona why lenga destroywanga?
Angazi ofe ngimbuze le logistic.
I don't know. I'll ask on your behalf when I get to logistics.
As the court pleases, my lord, those are my questions for the witness. No further questions.
Yes, yes, Mr. Minister.
Is it please the court, my lord? I've got no question to you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Khumalo.
As the court pleases, my lord, may I proceed? Thank you. Sergeant, is it correct that as a police officer to arrive on the scene, your duty is to gather as much information as possible?
Ngabe kuyiqiniso yini ukuthi uma nanjengephoyisa ke uma ufika kwindawo yesigameko ukuthi uthole imininingwane ngobuningi bayo noma information ngobuningi bayo?
Kuliqiniso yini?
Yebo.
Yebo kuliqiniso.
Yes, that is true.
What investigation did you conduct when you arrived at the scene on the 26th of October?
Iliphu phenyo owalenza noma enalenza uma ngabe nifika kwindawo yesigameko ngazo i26 zika October?
Ukuthi ngithola umuntu one information ukuthi kwenzakalani.
To get someone with information as to what was happening.
Who was that person?
Kwakubani loyo muntu loyo?
Mama Khumalo.
Khumalo.
Is it also correct that one of the means for you to remember the incident was for you to reduce as much information in your statement?
Engabe futhi okunyeke noma enye indlela ke yokuthi ke ube ne-information noma ke ulwazi oluningi ke ukuthi ke lokhu onako noma ke ole information onayo ke uyibhale phansi kwi-statement ukuthi yes.
The information that you received from the witness, that is Khumalo, did you reduce it down into your statement?
Lokho wakutshelwa ke uyena ufakazi Khumalo ingaba wakubhala phansi yini kwi-statement sakho?
Ngathi ke ngimchazele lapha. Thina as uniform masifika esinini siye senze i-scene statement. Then abanye ama witnesses akhona kufike ama detective okuyiwona azothatha ama statement ama witness nabantu bonke nje abantu abebekhona la. Thina senza mina njengokuthi umathebula wenza i-scene statement, mina nga witnessa i-scene statement kamathebula, then oCaptain Zwane bona babezothatha ama statement from Khumalo nabanye ke ayezoba mention yena ababekhona.
Let me explain this to you as the uniform members. What we do is to get scene statements or to make scene statements. Then if there are witnesses, the likes of Captain Zwane, the detectives, we then take statements from the witnesses. For example here, Matebula made a scene statement and then I witnessed to that statement.
You further did not obtain a statement from the lady who told you that there were persons who ran to the park.
Nakulona ke uma lo owanitshela ke ukuthi kunabantu ababaleka baya ngase park nakuyena ke anizange nithathe statement. No.
You did not take a statement from Themba Khumalo.
Nakuyena uThemba Khumalo? No.
It is your evidence that when you arrive at the scene, Themba Khumalo opened the house for you. Is that correct?
Ubufakazi bakho lokho ukuthi uThemba Khumalo wanivulela uma nifika endlini.
Yeah.
Yes.
After the door or the house had been opened, did it occur to you that an incident had occurred inside the house?
Uba umnyango ke lona wasendlini usuvulwa ke ingabe kwafika yini kuwena ke noma kuninako ukuthi kunesigameko esenzeka ke lapha phakathi endlini uma senivukela umnyango senibona?
Ukufika kwami kokuqala yazi lapha ayikho into eyayikhombisa ukuthi konke eyenzakele lapha.
When I arrived there for the first time, nothing indicated to me that something had happened there.
You did not proceed to the dining room on your first visit.
Uma nifika laphayana noma nkathi niya laphayana nifika kokuqala anizange niye yini dining room.
Zayi.
We did.
Is it correct that you told this court that you saw dots in your own words? There were dots of blood next to the couch.
Angithi kusho wena ke ukuthi wabona ama dots egazi eduze kwe couch noma ko sofa.
Yeah.
Yes.
Was that not an indication to you that an incident had occurred inside the house?
Lokho kwakungasiyona yini inkomba yokuthi ke kunesigameko esenzekile noma esenzeke endlini.
Wala ngishilo ukuthi sakubona lokho sesibuye kwesibili.
But I did say that we saw that when we came back for the second time.
The bullet projectile. You remember that you mentioned something about the bullet projectile?
Uyakhumbula ke kunento oyishilo ngebullet projectile.
Yeah.
Yes.
When did you see that projectile? Was it on the first visit or the second visit?
Ubone lokho nkathi nifika kokuqala noma nkathi senibuya esibhedlela.
Sibuye kwesibili.
When we came back for the second time.
To me, it looks like it was a walk in and out of the house.
Kumina kubukeka engathi kwakungena nje nokuphuma endlini.
Okokuqala ngoba vele yayingekho ulwazi sasinalo nomuntu wayesihamba naye wayengasitsheli lutho oluphathekayo.
Indeed, for the first time, yes, because we had no information, and even the person in whose company we were in had nothing tangible for us.
Can you describe this bullet projectile? How it looked like?
Le bullet projectile ungayichaza ukuthi yayibukeka kanjani?
Awuyayipacakile kodwa ngathi sisebenzile.
It was flat, damaged, appeared that it had been used.
Was it a bullet jacket?
Bullet jacket.
Lokho phambili enhlamvini.
It is the front part of the bullet.
Was it destroyed?
Ingaba yayi destroyed yini?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did it form a jacket?
Ingabe yase yenza ke noma ifoma jacket.
What's a jacket?
It's a damaged bullet. It formed
Yeah.
a jacket.
He doesn't understand you as such. Do you understand it? A jacket of a bullet, what it is, sir?
Uyazi ukuthi yini jacket yebullet yenhlamvu?
Noma ngayazi kodwa ngisuke ngacabanga ukuthi mhlawumbe usho i-cartridge mayithi jacket.
Yeah.
I-cartridge angithi ile ingena ngapha kuyinhlamvu bese kuba inhlamvu lapha phambili manje mayithi jacket.
Yeah, although I don't know, but I just assumed that he was referring to the cartridge, my lord.
So
okay.
clarify
All
your,
right.
your questions.
So it was a damaged bullet.
Kwakuyini ibullet nje onakele.
Lokhu kwangaphambili kwenhlamvu.
Yes, the front portion of the bullet was damaged.
All right.
Angithi mawudubula uphuma lokhu kwangemuva usale phansi.
Okay, when you shoot, the back part comes out and it drops to the floor.
Uphume lokhu kuphambili.
Then the front portion goes out.
Yiyo ke lento lena ephumayo ke.
And shots that were fired inside the house.
Manje ke ofakazi asebethule ubufakazi phambi kwalenkantolo ke bashilo ukuthi isibhamu saqhuma amahlandla amathathu ngaphakathi endlini.
Okay.
Okay.
Were there any empty cartridges that you found inside the house?
Ingaba khona yini ama cartridge ayesebenzile ke onawathola noma wawathola phakathi endlini?
Cha.
No.
Was there any search that you conducted inside the house?
Ngaphakathi endlini ingaba nasesha yini
You and Matebula?
wena noMathebula?
Yazabheka phela ukubheka kwethu akufani nokubheka walaba abanye abasuke benezinto zakhona. Ukubheka nje ngamehlo kanje ukuthi utholani.
We looked around. Now, our looking is unlike those or the others who do have the means to look around. Ours was just to look around as to what it is that we can find.
So we're using your naked eyes.
Amehlo nje kuphela naniwasebenzisa.
Yeah.
Yes.
You also mentioned that there was a damage at the door.
Okunye futhi okushilo ukuthi nesikabhake sasilimele.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you make some investigations as to the cause of that damage at the door?
Ngabe uphenyo nalenza yini lokuthola ukuthi kwakuyini imbangela yokuthi umnyango ube kanjalo?
Asiyikhulumela nje naloya mama Khumalo wasola ukuthi inkambi ishaye lapha phezulu yayisiwa ke lapha phansi.
We were just chatting or talking with Khumalo. She then suspected that the bullet hit the top part and then it went down or hit there.
Did you move the door around?
Ngabe isikapa lesi nasihambi noma nasimove ke
To see the damage at the back of the door?
ukubona ke ukulimala lokho ngasemuva komnyango.
Yeah, ngizosebenzisa sona vele masele.
Yes, that is the door that we were using as we entered.
I mean, when you wanted to observe the damage at the back of the door, did you move the door around?
Ngisho uma ngabe senifuna ubheka ke ukuthi ukulimala lokho komnyango ke noma senifuna ukubuka kona ke ngaba nawumuva yini umnyango.
Sawuvula sawuvala.
In other words, opening it and closing it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you come closer to the damage at the back of the door?
Ingabe nasondela yini la umnyango olimele khona?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean you.
Ngikhuluma ngawo.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Can you remind me again, at what time did you leave for the hospital after your first visit?
Uma ungangikhumbuza nje isikhathi enahamba ngaso ke manje uma angithi nifikele endlini manje seniyahamba ke nesibhedlela ukuthi kwakubani isikhathi uma senihamba niya khona esibhedlela.
Noma ngingasasikhumbuli kodwa nje akubanga isikhathi eside silapha. Ngoba ayisho ukuthi sangena nje saphuma sahamba.
Although I'm unable to remember the specific time, but it wasn't a long time after having arrived. We went in and came out and then we left.
When you left for the hospital, Constable Musia had not yet arrived.
Uma nihamba niya khona esibhedlela uConstable Msiya owayengekafiki.
Yeah.
Yes.
When you were doing the search, did you look around the cupboard area?
Ingabe nabheka yini la ngasekhabethini?
Hayi sabheka nathi ngendlela yethu.
We looked around in our own way.
I'm interested in that way. What way is that?
Yiphi ke leyo ndlela yini?
If you say you look on your own way, which way is that?
Uma uthi nabheka ngendlela yini, yiphi leyo ndlela yini?
Ukuthi ubheke nje okindawo ukuthi ungatholani.
Just to look around all over the places to what it is that you can find.
How did you look your own way?
Ukubheka ngendlela yini, wabheka
How did you
kanjani?
do that? Looking your own way. How did you do that?
Ukwenza kanjani lokho ukubheka ngendlela yini? Noma nikwenza kanjani?
Can you tell the court?
Azi noma emini engasezi ukuthi ngendlela yethu. Njengoba ngubheka nje ngubheka ngendlela yami. Angiunderstand ukuthi manje ubheka ngendlela. Njengoba ngimbheka nje ngimbheka ngendlela yami.
I don't know whether it's me now who doesn't understand.
Ayikho into engiyisebenzisayo ukuthi ngimbone, but ngisebenzisa indlela yami ukuthi ngikubone. Omunye ngakubona unje mina ngikubona unje. So asifani indlela sibheka ngayo.
As I'm looking at you now, I'm looking at you in my own way. There's nothing specific that I'm using, but I'm using my own way. Someone else can see you in a different way and I can see you in this way.
I mean in terms of conducting a search. How did you conduct a search in your own way?
Manje sesikhuluma ke ngophenyo lolu ke noma ukusesha lokho ke enanikwenza ke uma uthi ngendlela yakho noma ngendlela yini usho kanjani?
Sorry, man.
kusho ukuthi asinazo izinto esiyisebenzisayo thina e-police station ukuthi sibheke ngazo, but siye sifike nje sinini masikhondolile sibheke nje ukuthi sithola ini. Lokho esikutholayo sizokwazi ukuthi sibeke something ukuze makufika iphotographer bese izobeka ikhoni yayo ke kushoyo ukuthi khona esikutholile. Naye mayefika iphotographer iyabheka nayo ngendlela yakho ngoba khona lama torch bona abawasebenzisayo ukuthi bacinge, so nabo bayabheka ngendlela yabo makukhona abakutholayo nabo bamaka nga something ukuze bazokhona ukuqoqa konke.
What I mean is that at the police station there is nothing there, and there's no equipment or tools that we use to look. We look in our own way, and if we find something, we will just put something so that if the photographer or the detective arrives, he would then put a cone. Unlike them, they've got particular torches that they make use of to look for certain things, but we don't have such.
Have you heard about, and this is by the way, about Africans who are saying that they want to Africanize colonial knowledge? You haven't heard? If you haven't heard about it, fine.
No, there's nothing wrong about that, sir.
So Africanize colonial knowledge.
No, I haven't heard about it, I must be honest.
This gentleman is explaining that. You see, he says they don't have forensic equipment. They're using the naked eye, like in Africa. Am I right, sir?
Angithi usho kanjalo uthi nisebenza nje amehlo enu nini? Yes.
Hey, that's why he says, ngendlela yethu. Maybe you should ask whether he has received training as a forensic detective or a forensic policeman or a detective in gathering evidence.
Were you trained in the forensic field to gather evidence?
Kwahlangothi ke le forensic ngaba waqeqeshwa yini ngokwa forensic ke ukuthi uqoqe noma uthole ubufakazi?
Cha.
No.
The search that you conducted in your own way on that day, would you say it was a diligent search?
Lokusesha othi nakwenza ke ngendlela yenu ungathi kwakuukuseshisisa.
Ake ngichaze la futhi ngithi thina ngoba beshilo lo mfosi safeguarda isini. Uma befika laba omsiya ngoba baqeqeshelwe lento. Yibona ke kahle kahle kubele bathole yonke into. Kodwa nathi noma sikhona sikutholile akumelanga kodwa sibe sengasakunaki ngoba sithi asiqeqeshelwanga khona.
Okay, let me explain this. As the gentleman previously mentioned, that ours is to safeguard the scene. Now, when the likes of Msia arrived, they are the ones, my lord, who are trained for that in that particular field. But it doesn't mean just because we are not trained now in that field that when there's something that we find, we should ignore that. Yebo?
Ingakho futhi sikhona nokubiza bona bele Springs beze la bezobheka ukuthi kutholakaleni bayithathe lo. So thina just ukuthi safeguard silinde bona bafike benze yonke into nama detective athathe laba ngani nesipale yonke into esiyitholile nokuthi kufike bani nobani nobani. That's it umsebenzi.
Hence we are able then to call them from Springs, and then we safeguard whatever it is that we have found. They come and then they take whatever it is that has been found. We also write down as to what it is that we found and who arrived on the scene.
Besides the damaged bullet, which you saw on your second visit on the floor, was there a bullet head that was found in your presence?
Ngaphandle kwalena ke ibullet ke eyayilimele noma damaged ke enayithola ke is a bullet head.
Yes, the bullet head.
Ikhona ke ibullet head enayithola. No.
There was no bullet head that was found by yourself during the search in your own way.
Kuloko kubheka kwenu
In the second visit now, I mean on the second visit.
Kuloko kubheka kwenu ngendlela yenu kuma ngaba senibuya manje kwesibili ayikho ibullet head enayithola.
hayi ngaphandle kwale ayiphansi cha ayikho.
No, apart from the one that was on the floor, we didn't find any.
Do you know Lieutenant Colonel Mhlahlo?
Lieutenant Colonel Mhlahlo uyamazi?
Ngambona nje seze la ngimazi. Ngambona la.
I saw the colonel. Yeah, I don't know the colonel.
On the morning of the 27th of October 2014, did you return to the scene?
Ekseni nge 27 zika October 2014 ingabe wabuyela yini kusini? No.
Do you know whether there was a bullet head that was found on the scene besides the damaged bullet head that you saw on your
Ngaphandle
second visit?
Ngaphandle kwale enayibona ke eyayilimeleke noma eyayidamage ke inhlamvu ke noma le ndawo ngaphambili yenhlamvu uyazi yini ukuthi khona yini eyatholakala ke ibullet head kwisini?
Sorry, before you respond, are you aware you're asking a hearsay question? And if he responds to it, because it is elicited by you, it becomes direct evidence. You're aware of
Yes,
that?
I'm comfortable. Thank
Okay,
you.
fine.
Angazi lutho anginalwazi.
I know nothing. I don't have any knowledge.
Is it correct that you made a statement regarding this incident?
Ngabe kuyiqiniso yini ukuthi kuna statement ewasenza mayelana nalesigameko?
Yeah.
Yes.
The statement that you made, did you make it on your own handwriting or somebody was documenting the statement?
Sabhala wena noma ukhona umuntu wayibhalela sona?
Yabhala yini?
I wrote it myself.
Is it correct that the statement that you made on your own handwriting was made on the 26th of October 2014 at about 2200 hours?
Nokuthi wasenza ngalelo langa langa 26 ka October 2014 ngo 10 isikhathi 10 ebusuku.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you can remember, the statement that you made on the 26th of October 2014, did you make it at the police station or you were still at the crime scene?
Ngabe wasenza e-police station noma wasenza uselapha ku crime scene?
Wasibhala ku crime scene kodwa uqedela sabe sesise police station.
I wrote it at the crime scene, but to finish it or to complete it, I did that at the police station.
Which part did you complete at the police station?
Yiphi ingxenye owayiqedela e-police station?
Noma ngingasazi ukuthi yona iparagraph but lokho kusekugcineni nje ngabe sengubhala police station.
Although I'm not certain or I don't know as to which paragraph, but the last part I completed that at the police station.
Is it the commissioning part?
Ila ucommissioner khona?
Uma ngikhumbula kahle ngagcina khona la engama khona ukuthi kufike ubani esinini. Ngangilinda ukuthi kufike noma iphotographer noma ubani ngizokhona ukubhala. Then kwathi mayefika ngabhala. Then lokho kunye iphathe ngezansi ngabe sengiyiqedela e-police station.
I remember that there's a certain part or portion where I stopped, where I was waiting for a particular someone from a particular unit to arrive. Then instead, if the photographer then arrives, I would then write, and then the other part I then finished at the police station.
Is it also correct that your statement was commissioned by Sergeant Matebola?
Kuyiqiniso nokuthi sa commissioner uyena uSergeant Matebula.
Yeah.
Yes.
You also confirmed that you signed your statement.
Was we assigned a foot to a nugget.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sergeant, can you confirm if that is your statement?
It's so another.
Yeah, so.
Yes, it is.
Is the signature that is appearing at the bottom of each page your signature?
His signature good page ngayo and
Yeah.
yes, it is.
Sergeant, do you remember that you told this court that on your first visit, Kelly Khumalo opened the house for you and you went in and out.
Uyakhumbula ke kubufakazi bakho ukuthi uthe nkathi nifika laphayana okokuqala ke uThemba Khumalo uyena wanivulela naseningena ngaphakathi.
Yebo.
Yes.
Let us go to paragraph 4 of your statement. Where it reads as follows, and I quote, "On our arrival, I found Mr. Themba Khumalo. He told us that they had already gone to hospital. We then asked Mr. Themba Khumalo to lock the house and rush to the hospital."
Lana ifundeka ngalendlela sathi uma sesifika ke sathola uThemba Khumalo wasesitshela ke ukuthi sebehambile ke ukuya esibhedlela. Sase simcela ke uThemba Khumalo ukuthi akhiye indlu sase siphuthuma esibhedlela.
Yeah.
Yes.
I will just stop there for this exercise. But do you confirm that it is not in your statement that Mr. Themba Khumalo opened the house for you, you got in, you thereafter moved out?
Uzovuma ke ukuthi akukho ku statement sakho ukuthi wanivulela uThemba Khumalo nangena endlini naseniphuma ke.
Ngeke ngizovuma.
Yes, I will agree.
Why not?
Kungani?
Mhlambe ngakubona kungabalekanga.
Maybe I didn't see it or consider it to be important.
Are you saying that it was not important for you to document in your statement what you observed inside the house on your first visit?
Ngabe uthi ke wakubona ngabalekile ukuthi ubhale phansi lokho wakubona noma enakubona ke uma niya okokuqala endlini?
Yeah.
Yes.
It is further not in your statement that when you had entered inside the house on your first and second visit, there was dots of blood, as you put it, inside the house. Was that also not important?
Okunye futhi ke okungekho la ku statement sakho ukuthi ke igazi leli owalibona ke noma ama dots egazi ingabe nalokho kwakungabalekile?
Okwesibili.
The second time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Angithi igazi ngilibonise ngokuya kwesibili.
I saw the blood when I came back for the second time.
Whatever you want to put it. I'm saying it is not in your statement that on the second visit, as you want me to put it that way, or in that fashion, it is not in your statement that there was dots of blood that you saw inside the house.
Ngaleyo ndlela ke ufuna ngikubeke ngayo kodwa ke akukho ku statement sakho ukuthi wabona igazi.
Ngiyacabanga engakubhalanga mina icolleague yami yabhala.
I think that which I did not write, my colleague wrote down.
Which colleague?
Yiphi yona?
Sergeant Matebula.
Sergeant Matebula.
It is further not in your statement that inside the kitchen there was a crutch.
Akukho futhi ku statement sakho ukuthi kwakune crutch eyayise kitchen.
Was that also not important?
Ngabe kwangabalekile nalokho?
I-crash ngayiyekiswa ukuthi wathi mayechaza lo mama wathi kami khona okunye okungumfana wakukhona lapha esibhedlela wade yakho.
The reason why I left the crutch out is because she explained as to who the crutch belonged to. There was this gentleman that was there at the hospital. She said the crutch belonged to him.
You also told this court that, as a confirmation, that you made a statement at about 2200 hours that night.
Nokuthi statement wasenza ngo10 ebusuku.
Yebo.
Yes.
You also told this court that Constable Musia arrived between 2300 hours and 12 midnight.
Watsho nokuthi ke umsiya wafika phakathi kuka 11 no 12 ebusuku.
Yebo.
Yes.
If you had made your statement, I just want to make sense of this. If you had made your statement at about 2200 hours and Musia arrives around 2300 hours to 12 midnight, why do you say in your statement that Constable Musia took the head and the bullet projector? If you had completed your statement at about 2200 hours and Musia arrived later.
Uma ukuthi umsiya wafika phakathi ko 11 no 12 nanjengoba usho nokuthi wena ke istatement sakho wasibhala noma wasiqeda ke ngo 10 ebusuku. Kwenzeka kanjani ukuthi istatement sakho ubhala ukuthi umsiya wathatha isigqoko kanye necrash?
If he had arrived at about 2300 hours to 12 later.
Uma ukuthi
That
wafika
night.
ngalesikhathi osishoyo.
Ukufika kukaMsiya kusuke yonke into esiyitholile esinini izothathwa uye.
On Msia's arrival, everything that we had gathered or that we had found on the scene was going to be taken by him.
So as long as esebonile ukuthi khona ini nani esinini, so siyazi ukuthi yonke into izosuke izothathwa uye.
As long as he had seen as to what it is that was on the scene, and that then says that everything was going to be taken or be removed by him.
Sergeant, you are not answering my question.
Awuphenduli engikubuzayo.
Do you want me to repeat it?
Ngingabufisa ukuthi ngikuphinde.
Is it material? Tell me. In taking statements, is it material?
It is material, my lord.
Yeah, like you say, look, in your statement, you never wrote in your statement that you opened the house. But in his statement, he says, before he and Matebula left for the hospital, they told Temba Khumalo to lock the house. Really? Are you with me? Now,
I'm with you. I'm with you.
the witness is being excoriated that he never said, you opened the house for us, we came in.
In the sense, my lord, in the sense that some of the things were found later.
Yeah, but how does it change his evidence? You must read the case of State versus Mafaladiso, 2013. It says courts must be wary of allowing counsel to quote snippets of statements. You know that.
No, I know
You've got to read the whole statement to get the essence of the statement.
the statement.
You know. Now if a guy has left out, well, you never said you opened the door for us, but we told you to close the door. It follows that the door was opened. Must be.
Some of the things were found later,
Yes.
which he did not observe.
But he's just told you he's not a forensic, not even an expert, a forensic practitioner. It's not. He's just there to secure the scene. And then he says, "Abaqeqeshiwe bazozabo bona bomsiya," who are trained for that type of exigency, to come and do a thorough inspection. And he was actually told with Matebula by, I think it's Zwane, to say, "You're excused, because we've got a task team to take over the investigation of this matter, if any further." Please.
That was going to be my last question. I have no further cross-examination. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Mrs. Mshalot.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Mteto, I'm going to ask you a question, not because you are an expert, but because you are a South African, you are a member of the South African Police Service.
Ngizokubuza ke imibuzo hayi ngoba ngithi ungoti kodwa ke ngoba uyilunga la amaphoyisa ase-South Africa.
Do you understand?
Kuyezwakala?
Yebo.
Yes.
Okay. Let's start here. At the time when you attended to the crime scene, what was your rank?
Ngalesikhathi owawuya khona laphayana kule ndawo isigameko esenzeka khona ke irank yakho yayithini? I was a constable.
Okay. And what was the year? What were your years of experience?
Awuneminyaka emingaki uyiphoyisa? 5 if I'm not mistaken.
5 years. Okay. At that time, when you attended the crime scene, had you received any training within the SAPS of any kind? Any training in the SAPS? We understand now you were junior constable of 5 years experience. Any training that you had at that time?
Ngaleso sikhathi leso ingabe khona yini training noma yaluphi uhlobo owase uyitholile emaphoyisa? Siyazi ukuthi wawuyi-constable uyi-junior eno-5 years, kodwa ingabe ikhona yini training owase uyitholile noma yaluphi uhlobo emaphoyiseni?
Yeah, akhona.
Yes, there were.
Yes, tell us, please, tell us.
Cela usitsheleke.
Tell the court must also hear you, Mr. Mteto. Or maybe should we take a break?
Be
A
specific,
bit?
what type of training is council referring to?
Yeah, you must also been drilling, you know, police drilling.
That's why I'm open, my lord, to say, have you received any sort of, or any kind of a training? Maybe, my lord, I think, can I ask that we take a short adjournment?
What?
Just to give witness a break.
A breather.
Just a comfort break, and then we'll resume, my lord.
Sir, are you asking for a comfort break?
Ucela ikhefu. Ucela isikhashana ukuthi ke siphumule nje. No, I'm fine.
I know those.
Okay, then speak to me now. You must speak aloud, and you don't look down. What was your experience? Is there any training that you have received at the time when you attended the crime scene? If yes, tell us, please.
Noma ngingasawakhumbuli ngiwabhala kusasa wonke ngiwa-check bese ngibuya nawo.
Although I can't remember them all, I would write them down and come back with all of them tomorrow morning.
But we had received something.
Kodwa kukhona okwakutholile.
Hayi khona khona.
Yes, there is.
Okay. In doing what?
Okwenzani noma ukuthi wenzeni lokho ukuthola ukuthi wenzeni
In
ngakho.
what kind of duties?
Imisebenzi
That you were
noma
trained
emiphi
for.
imisebenzi noma
Or
lokho kwakuthi wenze
responsibilities.
eyiphi imisebenzi.
Sorry, my lord.
Ngoba bengisho ngicela ukuthi onke amakhozi engiwenzile ngifike nje ngiwabhale kahle ngiwa-check bese ngibuya nawo kusasa.
I'm making this request, my lord, to check all the courses that I did, write them down, and come back with them tomorrow.
Okay. At the time when you attended the crime scene, did you know what to do when you attend crime scene? Had you received any training, in-service training, whatsoever, in-house training as to what to look for, what to do when you attend the crime scene?
Ngalesa sikhathi lesiyana ke 26 October 2014 uya laphayana ke wawazi yini ukuthi uma ufika kisini yini ekufanele uyenze yini ekufanele ukubheke noma khona wakuthola ekwakuyinko kwakutshela ukuthi uma ufika crime scene kufanele wenze lokho ubheke lokho?
Hayi lokho engangufundiswe khona e-college.
Yes, that's what I was taught in the college.
Yeah, what is it that you were taught?
Wafundiswana.
What is it that you were taught to do when you attend the crime scene?
Wafundiswa ukuthi wenzeni uma uya ku crime scene.
Ngoba ngifike esini ngiqale ngithola i-complainant iqala.
When I go to the scene, or that when I get to a scene, I first get a complainant.
I can't hear you, Mr. Mteto.
Utakakuzwa?
Ngithola i-complainant iqala.
To first get the complainant,
Yes.
And then izongichazela ukuthi kwenzakalani.
then the complainant will convey to me what happened.
Yes.
From lapho ke ngoba sengine-information ukuthi kwenzakalani senga-safeguarda isini.
From there, now that I will then be having information as to what is happening, I can then now safeguard the scene.
Okay. That's all.
Iloko kuphela.
Konke engikutholayo kumele ngikuphathe kahle ngize ngithole photographer ngifonele wonke umuntu okumele afike ezini.
That everything that I would have gathered, that I would have to look after that until I then get the relevant people, the photographers.
Okay. Is there anything else, or that's all?
Khona okunye? No, nothing.
Okay. Let's start from the last. You were told that from every information that you find at the crime scene, you must gather it until it is taken by the relevant person. Did I get you correct?
Kuzwa kahle ukuthi konke lokho okutholayo kufanele ukuthi ubheke kahle kuze kufike labo abafanele ekufanele basebenze ngabo.
Yeah.
Yes.
You testified that you entered inside the house and you found a head and exhibits that were referred to you in terms of the photo album. You remember that evidence?
Uyakhumbula ke kunalesi sithombe besitshengiswa lana, isithombe besitshengiswa lana ke la ushilo khona ukuthi kwakunesigqoko, kune crush, nobunye ubufakazi lobo batholakala khona lapha phakathi.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you do your duty as a police officer to guard those items, to make sure that there is no interference to those items that you had observed inside the house?
Ingabe wawenza yini umsebenzi wakhe nanje ngephoyisa ke ukwenza isiqiniseko ke ukuthi lokho okwatholakala ke phakathi endlini ukuthi ke akukho ukuphazanyiswa noma ukuphazamiseka kukona lokho okwatholakala phakathi endlini. Ingabe wawenza yini umsebenzi wakhe njengephoyisa? Yes, I did.
Yeah, did you safeguard those items?
Wa safeguard lokho.
Yeah.
Yes.
You testified that you left to the hospital and you
Ushilo-
left the crime scene with Mr. Khumalo. Do you remember that?
Ushilo ukuthi nahamba na esibhedlela futhi umuntu enamshiya lapha yana uMr Khumalo.
That was not guarding. It means you left the evidence with someone else who was not a member of the police officer. Am I correct?
Kusho ukuthi nashiya umuntu lapha yana ongasiyena ongasilona iphoyisa.
Am I correct?
Kuyiqiniso lokho?
If you have no answer, just say so. We have no answer.
Uma kuwukuthi impendulo I don't have an answer.
I'm telling you that you left the crime scene when you knew exactly that you were supposed to guard the crime scene. You left it with Mr. Khumalo.
Ngithi ke kwena ke mina ke endaweni yokuthi ke nigadeke noma nibheke crime scene nayishiya ke nishiya nayo Mr Khumalo.
Okay.
Okay?
You also failed to prevent the tampering with the crime scene and left the crime scene with Mr. Khumalo.
Nokuthi ke anizange nikwenzeke ukuthi ke nigadeke ukuthi nivike noma nivimbeke ukuthi kungabikho ukuphazanyiswa noma ukuthempara ngokuthi nishiye uKhumalo lapha yana.
Angithi uzangitshela.
Isn't it that you are still putting it to me?
Yes, do you have any comment?
Khona ufuna ukusho.
That you left the crime scene?
Hayi ngoba uzangitshela okulungile.
Because you are putting it to me, it's fine.
Yeah. Do you agree with me that you left the crime scene with Mr. Khumalo?
Uyavuma? No.
With whom did you leave the crime scene with?
Nakushiya bani kanti?
Angishiyanga umuntu.
I didn't leave anyone.
Oh, okay. So the crime scene was left unattended.
Kusho ukuthi nashiya nje inganakiwe i-crime scene noma ingabhekiwe.
I want to get the clarity now.
Ngifisa uchazelwa ke manje.
Was there a police officer who was left at the crime scene when you left, or it was Mr. Khumalo only, or you left with no one?
Ingabe uma nihamba ke niye esibhedlela likhona yini iphoyisa enalishiya noma kwasala uMr Khumalo kuphela?
Hayi alikho.
No, there's no police officer.
Okay. It was only Mr. Khumalo.
Kwakukhumalo kuphela.
Okay. You know the reason why I'm asking you these questions, Mr. Mteto, it's because as a police officer, you had a legal duty to guard the crime scene to avoid the tampering of the crime scene.
Imbangela ke ukuthi ngikubuzeke imibuzo engikubuzayo ngoba kungoba nanje ngephoyisa ke kwakumele ngokomthetho ke noma uphoqwa ke umthetho ke ukuthi ukwenzeke isiqiniseko sokuthi i-crime scene leyana ke i-secure noma ke igadiwe. Okay?
Okay. And I'm going to show you through the statements of the people who made statements how the crime scene was tampered with after you had left the crime scene.
Ngizokutshengisa ke lokho ngezitatimende zabantu abazenza ke abashoyo ukuthi ukuphazamiseka ke okwaba khona ke kuyona ke i-crime scene emuva kokuthi nayishiya. Okay.
After inspecting inside the house and discovered what you had just testified about, did you inspect the premises outside the house of the crime scene?
Emuva kokuthi senibhekile ke ngaphakathi endlini, ingabe nabheka yini egcekeni? Yes, we did.
Did you see any car within the premises?
Ikhona imoto enayibona ngaphakathi egcekeni? No.
On the street
Estradini?
next to the Khumalo homestead and the neighboring houses, did you see any Honda?
Eduze kwakwa Khumalo na komakhelwane ingabe khona yini Honda owayibona? No, nothing.
You testified that when you came back from the hospital, you entered inside the house. Am I correct?
Ushilo ke ukuthi inkathi nibuye esibhedlela nangena ngaphakathi endlini. Yes.
Okay, let me just go back a little bit first. I'm sorry, my lord. When you said you entered the house and inspected and noticed the head and the crash on the floor, did you also look around the kitchen now, on top of the cupboards?
Uma seningena ke endlini ile hlandla loqala ke wabona isigqoko ke wabona futhi naleya crash ingaba wabheka yini ke khabetheni ubheke la ekitchen ke noma kusekhabetheni estofini ubheke nje la ekitchen? The first time, no.
Okay, and then when did you eventually check?
Oh, makukuthi wabheka ke na wabheka nini? When we came back for the second time.
Okay, you check around.
Nabheka bheka nje. Yes.
And you did not see anything
Anzange ngibone lutho.
other than the items that were on the floor.
Ngaphandle kwalezi nazibona ziphansi. No, nothing.
Okay. Did you also notice the door that was damaged?
Isicabha lesi ke esasalimeleke.
I mean the kitchen door, my lord.
Isicabha lesi esase kitchen esasilimeleke naso nasibona.
Did you see? Or did you notice?
Yes, we did.
Okay, you did. Okay. And then when you looked around, you did not find anything. Is that your evidence?
Kubufakazi bakho ukuthi uma senibheka ke anizange nithole lutho. No, nothing.
And it is your evidence that you entered the kitchen together with
Matebula.
sorry, my lord.
Matebula.
Yes, Matebula, my lord, and Captain Zwane, who was interviewing Khumalo when you came back from the hospital. Thank you, my lord.
Uma seningena ke angena nayo uMathebula kanye naye ke uCaptain Zwane oshilo ukuthi uyena ke owaye interviewer uMakhumalo. Yes.
So it means you were now 4. Was it the only 4 people who were inside the kitchen, or there were many other people?
Kwakuyinina no4 kuphela noma babe khona ke nabanye abantu ababe khona phakathi? It was only us.
Oh, okay. Up to the stage when you left the crime scene to Mr. Mosia.
Kwaze kwayila khona ke usushiya khona ke isini noma senishiya khona ke isini nishiya kumsiya. Yes.
There's no person who entered the kitchen.
Akekho umuntu owangena ekitchen. No. Someone else?
There is a witness, Ms. Ntabisenge, who testified, and he said she went to the kitchen to get some water when the police were still conducting their investigations there at the kitchen.
Kunofakazi ke la ogama lakhe ke uNthabiseng otheke yena ke ufakazi bakhe wangena ke ekitchen eyothola amanzi ngathi amaphoyisa ayesenza uphenyo lawo.
You didn't see that?
Awukazi awuzange ubone lokho. No, nothing.
And if it happened, you could have seen it. You
Uma
could have
kuwukuthi-
seen Miss Ntabiseng entering the kitchen.
Uma kuwukuthi kwakwenzekile wawuzombona uNthabiseng engena ekitchen.
Why would you put it like that? Because his evidence is clear. It's just at the stage when he, Matebula, Zwane, and Musia were in the kitchen, nobody else entered. Now you're putting it to him that if Ntabiseng had entered, he says there were only 4. That's his evidence. So logic tells you Ntabiseng could have come subsequent to them being 4 with Zwane. If he says they were the only 4, I'm not saying that. He is saying it.
Yes.
He doesn't say, I don't know. I don't remember any other person who entered. Sir, are you certain that you were left with Zwane, Matebula, Musia in the kitchen?
Unesiqiniseko sokuthi kwakuwena uMathebula uZwane noMsiya ekitchen? Yes.
Only.
Phela. Only.
So I understand the witness.
Thank you, Madam. There is a police officer, warrant officer Mhlahlo, who attended the crime scene on the following day, and he made a statement wherein he says he found a projectile in the kitchen. Sorry, can I just read it as it, my lord? He found the projectile from the kitchen cabinet top.
Kunephoyisa ke uwarrant officer Mhlahlo othi yena ke waya ke nelanga elilandelayo ke wathola iprojectile kwikhabethe ke noma ngaphezulu ke kwikhabethe lase kitchen.
He attended the crime scene after you.
Yena ke waya ke emuva kokuthi nina naniseni lapha yana. Oh, okay.
But you didn't see this projectile that he says he found on top of, or at the bottom of the cupboard.
Le projectile athi yena ke wayithola enzansi ekhabetheni anizange niyibone mawuzange uyibone wena.
No, sorry, my lord, not at the bottom. He found from kitchen cabinet top.
Uthe wayithola ke phezulu ke kwikhabethe lase kitchen. No, I didn't see it.
You didn't see it. Okay, thank you. And then before, when you said you received a complaint about the shooting incident, do you still remember who reported that shooting incident?
Ingabusakhumbula yini inkathi nithola lo mbiko ke ukuthi ubani lowo owayendlulisa umbiko lowo ukuthi kwakune shooting in progress?
Radio control.
It was radio control.
Oh, okay. You did not hear. He did not give the number, the name.
Akanikezanga ngegama.
Abasinika ngegama bathi shooting in progress emzamo basinike house number.
They didn't give us the name. They just said shooting in progress in Mzamo, and they gave us the house number.
Oh, okay. And when at the time when you left the crime scene to the hospital, why didn't you leave? You said you were 4. Am I correct?
Kushilo ukuthi nkathi niya lapha yana nani u4 angithi. Yes.
Why didn't you leave the other 2 members behind to look after the crime scene, to ensure that there's no tampering with the crime scene?
Uma senihamba ke manje niye esibhedlele kwakungani laba abawu2 ke ningabashiyike ukuthi nje babheke ukuthi akukho kwenzekayo noma kwenziwayo la kwi crime scene bese niyahamba nina niye esibhedlele?
Ngoba emqondweni yethu yayingakabikho into ethi isini kithi. So sasinike sishiya abantu singakatholi information.
Because in our minds nothing had yet registered or told us that it was a sin. There's no way that we would have left people not knowing as to what was happening.
Yeah, but the complaint was straightforward to say there has been a shooting incident. Am I correct?
Kodwa ke uma nithola ke umbiko ke wawuqondile nje ukuthi kwakune shooting in progress.
Awuhlale siwathola ama complaint aqondile kanti awaqondile.
We normally get complaints that are straightforward, yet they are not straightforward.
But I'm being specific in this one. I'm talking about this case. For this case, the complaint was specific to say there had been a shooting incident. It means if there had been a shooting incident, there had been a firing of shots.
Kodwa ke ngikhuluma ngalena ke manje ukuthi yayi specific ke ukuthi kwakukhulunywe ngokuthi kwakune shooting.
Kumele ukuthi nawe uma ufika lena phela kube nomuntu okufakazelakho lokuthi lento uyithole ku radio control vele iyiyo ukuze uzokhona ukuqhubekela phambili.
Isn't it that when you get to the scene then, you need to get someone there who is going to confirm that which was reported to you by or via radio control, that indeed that the report you received is indeed so.
Okay.
So as for you to be able to proceed further.
Okay, but the nature of the report, what did you understand by the nature of the report that you received?
Kodwa ke kumbiko loyo onawuthola yini owayizwa noma owayithola kuleyo mbiko loyo?
Umbiko from radio control.
Usho wona yep.
The shooting in progress.
A shooting in progress.
What does that mean?
Kusho ukuthini?
What is a shooting?
Shooting.
Yeah, then it means a shot has been fired. Am I correct?
Kusho ukuthi kuqhume isibhamu lapho.
Hey, yithi esebenza lapha phandle. Yazi ukuthole i-complaint bethi robbery lapha. Uma ufika akho lutho.
We are the ones that are working outside. We do get complaints that there was a robbery over there. You get there and you find that there was absolutely nothing.
So
No.
ama false complaints wajwayele siyawazi. Ukuze ke sikuprovele ukuthi mhlawumbe akusiyi false complaint. Mele uthole umuntu onolwazi lapha ozokutshena into eyiyona yona eyenzakele la. Kodwa uma ungamtholi lo muntu uyithola lapha information uhamba usafeguard yonke isini nengesini.
We are used to false complaints. We get them. So as for you to be able to confirm that what you was reported to you is indeed so, you need to get someone that was there to confirm that for you. So does that not mean now we are going to safeguard every sin that is not even a sin?
Okay, but you understood the nature of the complaint that a shot has been fired. Do you agree with me?
Kodwa ke wawuthola kumbiko ukuthi kwaqhuma isibhamu.
Yeah.
Yes.
And yet when you were at the scene, you decided to leave the scene without safeguarding that crime scene of the shooting incident.
Kodwa ke nase nithatha ke isinqumo sokuthi nihambe ke nishiye lapho kunga safeguardiwe ke lapho.
So yeah.
I will say yes.
Okay. Let's move on, my lord. With the leave of the court, may I refer the witness to the statement of Miss Sylvia Happy Ngobeni. It's part of the statement disclosed to the defense. My lord, I don't wish to read the whole content if the court allows me, but
How many pages is that statement?
5. It's 6 pages, my lord. Maybe I should read it first into
Yeah,
the...
I've been lenient about this, but the law is very clear.
Yes, my lord.
If you wanna take this witness on discrepancies, and as Mr. Mnisi says, credibility,
Yes, my lord.
you've got to read the whole statement
Yes,
so that
ma'am.
the court can have
Can have the full
feel.
picture.
Yeah,
Yes.
and
Thank you, my lord.
so what do you want to do?
My lord,
What do you want to do?
it's
Mr.
A117.
Professor is laughing. It's Mr. Mnisi who says credibility.
A117. I don't know if the witness can be assisted to go through as I'm reading, or he can just listen
You can read the whole statement. to
the
him.
whole statement.
Yeah, because it will be quicker with you.
Thank you, my lord.
You understand English, Mr.
Yes, yes.
You don't? Okay, fine. You have to interpret for him.
Ah, isingisi ngiyasizwa kodwa
Yeah,
phela
ngiyakubona uyasizwa.
Kodwa phela
kusekhothe lapha kuyafuna ukuthi into uyizwisise kahle.
Okay.
but this is court, you need to understand
Yeah, now
something
you're right.
properly.
You'll interpret, Mr. Jonas.
Okay.
Can I have a copy?
Hello? A copy, yeah.
My lord, paragraph 2. Paragraph 2, I'm starting from paragraph 2
Yeah.
of the statement, my lord.
That's it, yeah.
I am an adult female with ID number 64, or maybe let me just leave the particulars of the witness, my lord, and start on paragraph 3. On 2014, 10/26, at approximately after 2000 hours, I was at my residence at the above mentioned address in bed, but I was not yet asleep. I say the time was after 2000 because those days I was sleeping early and I usually slept at 2000 hours. Paragraph 3.
Okay. Ngay 26 October 2014 statement lesi sika Sylvia Happy Ngubeni isikhathi ke kwakusemuva nje ko-80 ngangikwami la ngihlala khona ke kuleli kheli elichaziwe la ngaphezulu ngisembhedeni kodwa ke ngangingalele ngikusho isikhathi ngisisho ngoba ke emuva ko-80 ngoba ngalawo malanga lawo ngangijwayele ukuthi ke ngilale early.
Okay. Paragraph 4. My daughter Gugu also was in the house, but not in my room. I heard a banging noise outside, and I thought it was my daughter Gugu closing the shack house outside in our yard. She was supposed to take the key to the shack house before sleeping.
Indodakazi yami uGugu ke naye wayekhona ke endlini kodwa ke engekho ekameleni lami ngase ngizwa lo msindo ke ngaphandle ngacabanga ukuthi kwakuyiyona ke indodakazi yami uGugu evala umkhukhu wakhe ke ngaphandle egcekeni okwakumele ukuthi athathe isikhiya ahambe naso ayo emkhukhwini ngaphambi kokulala.
Paragraph 5. Immediately after hearing the banging noise, I heard the whistle blowing. When the whistle blew in Mzamo section, it's when blowing it to alert the commission in the neighborhood, the community in the neighborhood, so that everyone must come out to assist. I then jumped out of my bed and went outside.
Emuva kokuthi ngezwa loyo msindo ke ngase ngizwa ke ukushaywa kwempempe noma ekwendweba uma ngabe ke kushaywa yona ke impempe emzamo lokho kusube kwazisa ke umphakathi ukuthi wonke umuntu kufanele aphumele ngaphandle ayolekelela ngase ngijumpa ke embedeni wami ngaya ngaphandle.
In paragraph 7, my lord, in the streets there were many people. Mrs. Ngashe was standing outside her gate. I saw Kelly Khumalo standing in the street outside her housing, carrying her hands over her head, screaming and crying. Mrs. Ngashe informed me that Senzo was shot in the Khumalo's house and they are taking him to the hospital.
Estradini ke kwakunabantu umama uNgashe wayeme egate ngaphandle egatini yakwakhe ngase ngibona uGladness Khumalo emi estradini ngaphandle ke komuzi wakhe ebeke izandla zakhe ekhanda ememeza ekhala umama uNgashe wase engazisa noma engitshela ukuthi uSenzo wathi udutshuliwe emzini wakwaKhumalo futhi ke bayamhambisa bamsa esibhedlela.
Paragraph 8, I saw Senzo's BMW reversing out of the Khumalo's gate and drove away. I couldn't see the occupants in the car. I then proceeded to Khumalo's yard where I found my daughter Gugu. She was crying, carrying Tingo, Kelly's daughter. There were also some other neighbors I could remember, Julia Masia and Maggie Piri.
Ngase ngibona ke BMW ka Senzo iphuma ke noma ireversa ke iphuma khona egcekeni la kwaKhumalo egatini yakwaKhumalo yase ihamba angizange ngibaboneke ukuthi obani ababe ngaphakathi emotweni ngase ngiqhubeka ke ngiya khona egcekeni labaKhumalo la ngathola khona indodakazi yami uGugu owayephethe uThingo indodakazi yakhe uKelly babe khona nabanye ke omakhelwane ngikhumbula yena ke uJulia Msiya kanye noMaggie Phiri.
Should I proceed, my lord? Oh, thank you. Paragraph 9. Whilst in the yard of the Khumalos with other people speaking, Mr. Ngashe and her son were standing on the side of the wall in the yard. I raised a concern that the police must be summoned to the scene.
Ngisesegcekeni lapho ke kwaKhumalo kanye nabanye futhi abantu sikhuluma umama uNgashe kanye nendodana yakhe ke babemi eceleni kobonda egcekeni ngase ngiveza ke noma ngisho ke ukuthi akubizwe amaphoyisa.
Okay. Paragraph 10. Maggie Phiri responded that Senzo didn't die. Why should we call the police? I then responded that even though he is still alive. He was shot. The police must still be notified. Kaya Ngashe called the police.
Wasephendula ke uMegipiri ukuthi uSenzo akashonile ungani kufanele kubizwe amaphoyisa ngaphendula ke ngathi noma kuukuthi ke usaphila kodwa ke amaphoyisa kodwa ke udutshuliwe ngakho ke amaphoyisa awabizwe noma awaziswe uKhaya Ngashe wase efonela amaphoyisa.
Paragraph 11. My daughter Gugu informed me that Makhumalo, Gladness Khumalo, handed to her the house keys, Senzo's cell phone, and Kelly's daughter, Tingo. Makhumalo also later followed the people who went to the hospital. I don't know who took Senzo to the hospital. I assumed it was Kelly. Whilst Makhumalo was crying in the street, I heard her saying the person of this hat, she knows him and he usually passes by her house.
Indodakazi yami uGugu wangitshela ke ukuthi uMakhumalo Gladness Khumalo wamnikeza ikhiya zindlu, iselfone kaSenzo kanye futhi nendodakazi kaKelly uThingo. uMakhumalo wase kamuva ke naye elandela abantu labo abaya esibhedlele. Angazi ukuthi ubani owahambisa uSenzo ukuya esibhedlele, ngicabanga ke noma ngayicabangela ukuthi uKelly.
Paragraph 2.
Sorry, no, I'm not done.
Sorry, my lord.
Nice. Ngalesikhathi uMakhumalo ayekhala ngaso estradini ngezwa ethi ke lo muntu noma umnikazi walesi sigqoko ngiyamazi umuntu ovamise ukudlula la endlini yami.
Paragraph 12. I didn't see the hat she was referring to, and she was not carrying a hat in her hands. When I arrived at the Khumalo homestead, the doors were closed. I don't know who opened the doors. Myself, Megipiri, Julia, Masia, and Gugu went into the house.
Angizange ngisiboneke isigqoko leso ayekhuluma ngaso ngoba ke wayengasiphethe ezandleni zakhe. Uma ngifika ke kwaKhumalo ngathola ke ukuthi icapha ikhiyiwe. Angazi ukuthi ubani owavula, mina uMegipiri, uJulia Masia, uGugu sangena phakathi endlini.
Paragraph 13. The reason I went into the house because I wanted to see what happened in the house. When we were in the house, I saw water on the floor in the passage near the toilet door. I was amazed to see the water on the floor where I was told somebody was shot in the house.
Imbangela yokuthi noma ngingeneke endlini yingoba ngangifuna ukubona ukuthi kwenzekani endlini. Sathi uma sesisendlini ke ngabona amanzi ayephansi epassagini eduze kwetoilet noma umnyango wasetoilet. Ngamangala ke ukubona amanzi phansi ngoba ngatshelwa ukuthi kunomuntu owadutshula endlini.
I made, paragraph 14, my lord, I made a comment that why was there water on the floor whereas there was shooting. Megipiri responded that it is not water, it was liquor. The people who were in the house were drinking alcohol. I saw empties of the alcohol they were drinking on the floor in the passage. I can't remember if it was cans and bottles of empties. I didn't take note of the type of the liquor was the empties.
Ngase ngiphawula ke ngathi kwakungani ke ukuthi kube namanzi phansi kodwa ke kwadutshulwa lapho. Wasephendula ke uMegipiri ethi ingoba abantu ababelapho phakathi endlini babephuza utshwala.
Paragraph.
Ngase ngibona ke ama-empty ke otshwala ababeyophuza phansi kuyona ke ipassage. Angikhumbuli ke ukuthi kwakuhamakani noma ke amabhodlela yini otshwala. Angizange lokho ngikunake.
Paragraph 15. Megipiri started to pick up the empties from the floor. I asked her why she was tidying up before the police could arrive at the scene. Megi responded that she doesn't want the police to see that the people who were inside the house were drinking. Myself, Gugu, and Julia then went outside.
uMegipiri waseqala ke ukuthi ke aqoqeke ama-empty phansi. Ngase ngimbuza ke mina ukuthi kwakungani ecleana ke ngaphambi kokuthi amaphoyisa afike. lapho kwiscene uMeggy waphendula ke ukuthi wayengafuni ukuthi amaphoyisa abone ukuthi abantu ababelapho phakathi endlini babephuza utshwala mina uGugu kanye noJulia sase siphumela ngaphandle.
Okay, paragraph 16 is a continuation, my lord, of paragraph 15, where it says, myself, Gugu, and Julia then went outside, leaving her there inside the house. She later came out of the house. It was not long after we went outside. She also left to the hospital. I don't know with whom did she go to the hospital. I thought she left with Themba because she also went to the hospital.
Kusaqhubeka ke lana ethi khona ke mina uGugu uJulia msiya sase siphumela ke ngaphandle sashiya yena lapho phakathi kamuva ke wasephuma naye ke endlini akubanga kudala ke noma kubanga isikhathi ke emuva kokuthi ephume esithina ke siphumele ngaphandle naye ke wase ehamba eya esibhedlela angazi ukuthi wahamba nobani ke ukuya esibhedlela ngicabanga ukuthi wahamba ke noThemba ngoba naye waya esibhedlela.
Paragraph 17, my lord. The police arrived at the scene and they went in the house. I can't remember who opened the house for them. They came out and I always saw the police van, thank you, the police van, and I thought the police were always in the vicinity. Later, a contingency of police arrived and cordoned off the scene with tapes. They closed the gates with the tapes and instructed all the people to go out of the yard. And only the family members must remain.
Amaphoyisa ase efika ke khona lapho ke futhi ke angena phakathi endlini angazi noma angikhumbuli ukuthi ubani owabavulela ke endlini base bephuma ke futhi ke nga event yamaphoyisa ngangibona isikhathi sonke ngicabanga ukuthi amaphoyisa ayehlezi ekhona ke lapho ekamuva ke kwase kufika ke inqwaba ke yamaphoyisa ase evala ke noma ebiya ke ekhordona iscene leyo ngama tape igate leyo base beyivala futhi negate ngama tapes betshela wonke umuntu futhi ke ukuthi aphumele ngaphandle egcekeni ukuthi kusale abomndeni kuphela.
Yes, thank you. Paragraph 18, my lord. By that time, Khumalo and other family members were back from the hospital. I don't know how did Khumalo go to the hospital. I stood outside the yard with other people until around 2 o'clock, and I went to sleep.
Went home to sleep.
I went home to sleep. Thank you, madam.
Ngaleso sikhathi leso ke Khumalo kanye nabanye ke bomndeni babe sebebuyile ke esibhedlele angazi ukuthi Khumalo waya kanjani noma wayofika kanjani ke esibhedlele ngangimiphandle ke egcekeni kanye nabanye abantu kwaze kwashaya u2 ngase ngiya endlini ke ngiyolala.
This statement was signed on the 6th of July 2018 at 14:50.
Isikhathi ke salesi statement kwakuyi6 sika July 2018 isikhathi ku10 to 3.
My lord, that's the end of
Yes,
the statement.
Okay.
Thank you, my lord. Can I then take the
Yes.
witness through the questions
Quite.
after the long adjournment?
Oh, is that so? Okay. All right. 2 o'clock, is it?
Yes, madam.
Thank you.
Mr. Mteto? Mr. Mteto, you remember the statement which I read into the record, which was made by Miss Sylvia Hepingubeni.
Yes, kumbuka le statement ebengisifundile nje ngaphambi kolunch sakhe uSylvia Hepingubeni.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Let's start with paragraph 13. Oh, okay, sorry, my lord, just paragraph 8. Paragraph 8 of the statement, wherein it says, I saw Senzo BMW reversing out of the Khumalo's gate and drove away. I couldn't see the occupants. I then proceeded to Khumalo Yard, where I found my daughter, Gugu. She was carrying Tingo, Kelly's daughter. There was also some other neighbors I could remember, Julia Masia and Maggie Piri.
Lana ke ila asho khona ke umama Ngubeni lona ukuthi wayibona ke BMW kaSenzo iphuma khona ke kwaKhumalo akazange ababona ukuthi ubani babengaphakathi wase eya khona ke kwaKhumalo wathola indodakazi yakhe uGugu ephethe ingane kaKelly uThingo kwakunabanye omakhelwane abakhumbulayo uJulia Masia kanye noMaggie Piri.
The reason why I'm referring you to this paragraph is to show you that there are people who remained inside the premises before your arrival, immediately after the deceased was taken out to the hospital.
Imbangela ke ukuthi ngikufundeleke yona le paragraph ukutshengisa ukuthi kunabantu abangena egcekeni la kwaKhumalo nje emuva kokuthi bamthatha umufi bemhambisa esibhedlela.
Okay.
Do you hear that? Yes.
Uyakuzwa la.
And also that Mr. Themba Khumalo is not the only person who was left at the scene when the deceased was taken to the hospital.
Nokuthi ke ubaba uThemba Khumalo akusiyena kuphela umuntu owasala khona lapha yana ke nkathi bemhambisa umufike beya naye esibhedlela.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that there are people who had access into the crime scene, even into the house, when they cleaned the house.
Nokuthi ke bakhona ke noma babe khona abantu abakwazi ke ukuthi bangene ngaphakathi endlini nokuthi futhi baze baqine.
Do you hear that? Okay. And let's go again to paragraph 13, which says, my lord, the reason I went into the house is because I wanted to see what happened in the house. When we're in the house, I saw water on the floor and the passage near the toilet door. I was amazed to see the water on the floor. Do you see that?
Nokuthi ke imbangela yokuthi ngingene phakathi endlini kwakuwukuthi ngangifisa ukubona ukuthi kwenzekani lapho nokuthi inkathi sengiphakathi ke endlini ngabona amanzi ke phansi ku passage eduze nomnyango wase toilet. Kwangimangaza ke ukuthi ngibone amanzi phansi. Uma ngangazi ke ukuthi kwakunomuntu owayedutshuliwe khona lapho.
And yet when you arrived, you also left the crime scene unattended by the police.
Nokuthi ke inkathi nifika nina nathi uma nihamba ke nahamba isini leyo nayishiya ke ingagadiwe. Okay.
Paragraph 15. Maggie Piri started to pick up, I've read this paragraph, my lord. Thank you. Maggie Piri started to pick up the empties from the floor. I asked her why she's tidying up before the police could arrive at the scene. Maggie responded that she doesn't want the police to see that the people who were inside the house were drinking. Do you hear that?
Nala nokuthi ke uMaggie Piri waseqala ke uqoqa ke ama empty pan ayephansi ngambuza ke ukuthi kungani eclean ngaphambi kokuthi amaphoyisa afike waphendula ke uMaggie Piri wathi akafuni ukuthi amaphoyisa abone ukuthi abantu ababe lapho endlini babephuza utshwala.
Do you hear that?
Okay. Yes.
Do you agree with me that this paragraph means that the crime scene was cleaned, the crime scene was tampered with before you arrived?
Uzovumelana ke uyavuma yini uma ngithi kwenake nje uma ufunda la lokho engiqeda ukufunda manje lokho kuyasho ukuthi kwa cleaner futhi kwa temporishwa ke la ku crime scene ngaphambi kokuthi nifike nina. Yes, I hear you.
Paragraph 15 of the same statement. The police arrived at the scene and they went into the house. I can't remember who opened the house for them. They came out and I always saw the police van and I thought the police were always in the vicinity. Later, a contingent of police arrived at the crime scene. But the point I'm trying to make here is that, do you see that when you arrived as the police officers at the crime scene, the witnesses were already looking at you when you arrived, when the crime scene had already been tampered with? In other words, you came after the tampering.
Lana ke engikufuna nje ukuvezela kona ke ukuthi ke nanje ngoba uyasho ke lana ukuthi kwase kufika amaphoyisa amaningi ngangwabona ngaso sonke isikhathi ukuthi la ngalesikhathi nifika umphakathi babenibona futhi ke nifika kamuva sebelungisile ke noma sebetemperile lapha ya kwisini ngokwale line le ya the statement. Okay.
And the police, they closed the gate with the tapes and instructed all the people to go out of the yard and only the family members must remain. You see that?
Lana ke amaphoyisa ase evala ke igate ngawo ama-tape base betshela wonke umuntu ukuthi aphumeke egcekeni kusala bomndeni kuphela.
Do you agree with that?
Uyavumelana nalokho? I hear you.
Yes, do you agree with that? That the crime scene was then cordoned off by those police officers.
Ukuthi kwase kukodinwa ke i-crime scene.
And other people were asked to move out of the premises and only the family members that were allowed to remain inside.
Nokuthi ke base bekhishwa kabantu kwathi kusala bomndeni kuphela.
Ngiyavuma nakho kodwa kwangenabantu ngaphakathi.
I agree, but there were no people inside.
There were no people inside. But the gist of my question is that did you see that by the time you cordoned off the crime scene, it had already been tampered with?
Kodwa ke engikuveza kuwena ke ukuthi ngalesikhathi ke senivala ke noma senikhodina office leyana ukuthi kwakusekukhona okwenziwe kwisini leyana.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then let's go. Is it correct that you also made the second statement?
Ingabe kuyiqiniso yini ukuthi sikhona nesesibili statement owasenza?
Dated 12 October 2018.
Sange 12 zika October 2018.
SPA 98. It's an additional statement that you made from the first one that you made immediately after the incident.
Nesesibili lesowasenza.
Do you see that statement?
Yes, one.
Yebo.
Yes.
Can you look at the last page? Do you confirm that is your signature?
Page open.
I think under paragraph 17 there, you know it better than me. I know and understand the contents of this statement.
Yes, it is mine.
You see, it's your signature. And the date it was given by you on this particular date.
Wasenza ngale date le bhaliwe la.
Which is the 12th of October 2018. Mr. Mthetho, speak like a police officer now.
12 is October 2018.
Yeah.
Yes.
You used to taking statements at the church office, ne?
Angithi ujwayele ukuthatha istatement the church office.
Or you don't take them?
Noma uyithatha.
Angiyithatha.
I do.
Oh, okay. Then let's go together in this statement. Let's go to paragraph 7, Mr.
7.
Mthetho. Or Sergeant. You were a constable by then, am I correct?
Wawukonstable ngaleso sikhathi leso angithi. Yes.
And then now what is your rank?
Manje surgeon.
Oh, okay. So pardon me if I still refer to you as constable.
Yeah, police mangisathi constable.
Sergeant Mthetho. Let's go to paragraph 7, line number 5. I understand, Mr. Mtetwa, that the statement was read back to you and you understood it as a police officer. Am I correct?
Wasifundelwa, uyasizwa ke nanjengephoyisa.
Yebo.
Yes.
And when you signed the statement, you confirmed the correctness and the truthfulness of this statement.
Uma usayinda ke uvumelana ke nokuthi kuyiqiniso ke okubhaliwe kusona. Yes.
Okay. Paragraph 7, line number 5. My lord, maybe can I just read the whole paragraph of paragraph
Yes,
7?
yes.
Thank you. Paragraph 7 of your statement, Mr. Mtetwa, it says, we went back to the house and we met a black male in the yard near the gate. We introduced ourselves and informed him that we are attending to a shooting incident happened in that house. The man identified himself to us as Themba Khumalo, the uncle to Kelly Khumalo. He informed us that he was requested by his sister Gladness Khumalo to guard the house as they were rushing to the hospital.
Lana ke ifundeka ngalendlela sase sibuyela khona ke endlini sahlangana ke nomuntu wesilisa umuntu omnyama egcekeni eduze kwegate sayichaza kuyena ukuthi siobani naye ke nokuthi size lapho ke ngokuthi sizwileke noma sithola umbiko ukuthi ke kwaba nokudubula okhona lapho endlini wayichaza ke yena nanjengo Themba Khumalo umalume kaKelly Khumalo wasesazisa noma esitshela ke ukuthi wacelwa udadewabo uGladness Khumalo ukuthi abheke umuzi nanjengoba bona besaphuthuma esibhedlela.
Do you understand that statement?
Uyasizwa le statement?
Yeah.
Yes.
In other words, it means Themba Khumalo introduced to yourself as uncle of Kelly Khumalo.
Ukusho ukuthi uma eyichaza yena kuwena washo ukuthi umalume kaKelly Khumalo.
Yeah.
Yes.
And a brother to Miss Gladness Makhumalo. If I say Makhumalo, I'm referring to Gladness.
Nokuthi ke umfowabo kaGladness Khumalo uMakhumalo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yet, as a police officer, you decided to leave the crime scene with a person who was a relative to the suspects.
How did you know that? On the 26th of October.
Can I just rephrase it, madam?
Yes. Nobody knew who were the
Mr.
suspects.
Mtetwa, is it correct that at that time you did not know who the suspect and who was not the suspect?
Ngabe kuyiqiniso yini ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi leso ke ngalelanga nanile khona lapha naningazi ukuthi ubani abasola obani engasibona abasolwa.
Yeah.
Yes.
And your duty there was to protect, was to safeguard the crime scene regardless of having any knowledge of a relationship between the people who were inside the house, but to anyone who is accessing the crime scene.
Kodwa ke okwenu lapho kwakuwukuthi nje nigade nokuthi ni safeguard ke umuzi loyana nokuthi lo muntu lowo uhlobeneke noma uumndeni noma akasiwona umndeni ukuthi nje nina nigade nje isini ukuthi ungabi namuntu ongenayo khona lapha yana.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that was, sorry, my lord, not that was. That was a duty on you as the police officer to make sure that the crime scene is not accessed
Kwakunina ke
by
maphoyisa.
any other people.
Kwakunina ke maphoyisa ukuthi nenze isiqiniseko sokuthi lapha yana akungeni nje abanye abantu.
Yeah.
Yes.
And including Mr. Themba Khumalo.
Kanye naye uThemba Khumalo loyo.
It was within your powers as the SAPS, after seeing out inside that there are exhibits inside there, to say, give us the house keys, we are now going to take over control of this house as police officers.
Nokuthi ke nithi kuyena ke emuva kokuthi seningeneleke endlini nabona ke ukuthi kunani ke ngaphakathi nithi kuyena ke sinikeze ikhiya manje ke sekuzoba yithina ke manje abazolawula ke noma bazocontrola la.
Ungena kwethu endlini nalendoda yaKhumalo umalume. Ayikho into ayisitshela ukuthi kwenzakele something lapha endlini.
When we entered the house together with the Khumalo gentleman, nothing informed us that something had happened in that house.
Yeah, but you had been reported
Kodwa-ke nanitsheliwe.
what had happened. And there's a report that you received from the station, Mr. Mtetwa. I don't want us to dwell on that. You have
Nokuthi-ke-
received the complaint. By the time you left at the station, you knew very well when you entered there. And it was confirmed that there is a shooting incident that has taken place here.
Uma nihamba esiteshi nanutholile umbiko nanazi ukuthi niyaphi futhi kwenzakeleni la eniya khona.
noma ngabe utholile umbiko kodwa nawe kumele mawufika la uyakhona ube nebelief yokuthi vele khona into eyenzakele la if kungekho umuntu okutshenayo ukuthi kwenzakalani.
Also, even if you had received a report, but when you get to that particular scene, you also need to have that belief in the absence of anyone telling you as to what had happened.
Mr. Mtetwa, I put it to you that you were reckless and ignorant in not safeguarding the crime scene after you had received the report that there had been a shooting incident.
Naba reckless-ke ngendlela yokuthi-ke ningabheki-ke ninganakekeli noma nivikeleke i-crime scene leyana futhi ukuthi nje anizange ninaba reckless anizange ninake futhi ekuthini nibheke-ke noma ni-safeguard i-scene.
And
That point has been made ad nauseum. We submit that it's a matter that should be left for argument.
Argument, eh?
Witnesses commented on that aspect several times.
But life also doesn't teach us all the answers. There are two policemen that come to investigate a shooting, as you correctly say, at 133, 155, Kutwano Street. They find the uncle, let's put it like this, the brother to Mrs. Khumalo,
yes, ma'am.
who is left with the trust that because you are a relative, look after my house.
Yes.
That is the factual situation.
But
Now,
ma'am,
wait. I'm going to tell Mr. Khumalo, hayi phuma lapha endlini. Ngisafuna ukuphenya. Life doesn't work like that. That's why he says he wanted to know what is happening. And Khumalo, being helpful, he says, you know what? I don't know the real facts. I'm guarding the house for my sister Gladness. They're at hospital. Go and find out from that. I mean, it's reasonable.
my lord, it is reasonable in the eyes of the court. But with me,
No, of human experience.
my lord, of human experience,
Yes.
but with me, my submission, my lord, is that the witness, as the police officers, after entering inside the house and after
And
having,
who opens up for them?
and after having received the report from Mr. Temba Khumalo, as the police officers, my lord, they ought to have taken control of the crime scene. As the police officer, they ought to have taken control of the crime scene
And chase away Temba Khumalo.
and instruct Temba Khumalo to wait outside in order to safeguard the tampering of the crime scene.
And at that time, they don't know what has happened in the house.
Now it appears that Temba Khumalo is an uncle to a
Yes.
person who is a suspect in
It's
this
an
matter.
afterthought, you're right. After.
So that's why
Apprising themselves of the situation. Now they know that actually, even Senzo Meyiwa is the person who was shot. After.
Yes.
But it's okay to foresee the future without having the background knowledge.
But my point,
Okay, fine, you have made your point. I'm
my
just saying.
point is that the police officers, it is their duty to safeguard the crime scene on their arrival at the crime scene.
Yeah, fine.
Yes, that's the point I'm making.
Okay.
And now, do you see that the person who happened to be an uncle of one of the suspects is the one who was left with the house?
How could he have known before then? We only know, when was that docket, the second docket opened, Mr. Mnisi?
In January of 2019.
That's it. It's general knowledge that the second docket is opened in January 2019. After how many years? After the first one? After 5 years.
5 years.
That's the point. So nobody knew that their so-called relatives, the sisters, the brothers, they are suspects. Nobody knew until 2019 July. That's fact. Not speculation.
That's fact, my lord, but my point is, had you done your job properly?
Okay.
Yes, my lord.
Okay.
Had you done your job properly as a police officer, do you? Mr. Mtetwa, do you know what else, what other instructions were given to Mr. Khumalo, who was given the keys and who was asked to guard the house?
Ngabe uyazi yini ukuthi yikuphi okunye abakutshelwa noma abaku-instructor ubaba uKhumalo?
Please, my lord, how will the witness know that? Is he expected to speculate? He never testified about it.
If
Yes,
the
Mr. Mshololo.
my lord, if the witness doesn't know, he doesn't. You need to answer, my lord.
Even if it's
If he
hearsay.
doesn't, even if he doesn't have the answer, he must say that I don't have any response.
Mr. Mtetwa, are you able to respond?
Ikuphi okunye abakutshelwa ubaba uKhumalo lo njengoba wayeshiwe nesikhiya ukuthi akabheke umuzi, ikuphi okunye abakutshelwa noma amanye ama-instructions awanikwa? I don't know.
You don't know. The second statement that was made by Kokungobeni is statement 1A118. My lord, I will read the whole statement, although I just want to
Which one
refer
is
this
that? The one
witness.
Is that the one of Gugu?
It's Queen Kokungobeni, yes, my lord.
The one who was lying on her bed
Yes, my
and
lord.
jumped out.
Yes, my lord.
Undaba. And then he goes there and says, I'm going to remove the alcohol so that the police mustn't find it.
Can I just read it, my lord, so that you...
Now, I've heard you read it. That's why I'm quoting it.
Not the
You
one
can,
for
quote,
Sid-
you can quote what you are disputing, or if saying it's unreasonable of him or her.
Okay. So, without reading everything.
Is it not the same statement you read?
No, it's not, my lord. The first one
Or
I
is that
read...
Gugu is the daughter to the lady who was lying on bed at 8 o'clock?
Yes, my lord. The one I read is for Silva Hepingubeni.
Yes, yes. that's the-
I'm done with that.
Yeah,
one.
Silva is the mother to Gugu.
Yes, then now I'm reading for Queen Gugu Ngubeni.
Okay, fine.
Okay, thank you. Let's start. It's statement 118. Can I start? Okay. My lord, I will start from paragraph 3, also skip the particulars of a witness. On the 26th of October approximately, after 2000, I was at my parents' residence. The address is given, Vosloorus. I was in the outside room in the yard with daughter watching TV. We were watching the 2020 movie. I can't remember the name of the movie. Paragraph 3. You see that one?
Yeah. Oh, I thought you were going to read. Okay. Uchaza lona ke uGugu bekufundwe esika Sylvia kuqala manje ke uGugu lona indodakazi yakhe ke uSylvia nge-26 October 2014 isikhathi kwaku nje emuva ke ko-8 ngangisendlini ke yabazali bami chaziwe ke i-address eVosloorus ngangingapha kwigumbi elingaphandle ke egcekeni kanye nendodakazi sibuke i-TV sasibheke imovie ka-8 ebusuku angisalikhumbuli igama layo.
I heard a bang outside and I thought it was Nonhlanhla's from outside door hitting on the wall on her shack. She's mentally ill and usually bangs the wall of her shack. Whilst watching TV, I felt slumbering and I decided to go to the house to sleep.
Ngezwa ke umsindo ngacabanga ukuthi uNonhlanhla ke wakumakhelwane noma wase next door oshaya ke obondeni lomkhukhu wakhe akaphathekileke kahle engqondweni futhi uvamisile ukuthi ashaye ubonda lomkhukhu wakhe ngathi ngisabheke iTV ngazizwa ke ukuthi ngiyozela ngase ngithatha isinqumo sokuthi ngiye endlini ngiyolala.
Paragraph 5, before I reached the door of the main house, I heard noise at the street, people shouting, speaking loud. I went to the gate and watched in the street. I saw a small crowd standing at the Khumalo's house and the Ngashe family standing in the yard. I then went to the Khumalo's house. I was carrying my daughter. On arrival in the Khumalo, I found Zandi Kelly and 2 other guys putting Senzo into his vehicle.
Ngaphambi kokuthi ngaphambi kokuthi ngifike ke eminyango wasendlini ngezwa ke umsindo esitradini abantu bememeza ke bekhulumela phezulu ngahamba ke ngaya egatini ngamakhona ke ngabuka esitradini ngabona ke ngabona abantu bemi kwaKhumalo futhi ke nabakwaNgqashe bemi nabo ke egcekeni labo ngase ngiya ke kwaKhumalo la ngangiphethe indodakazi yami mangifika khona lapho ngathola uZandi uKelly kanye nabalisa ababili befaka uSenzo emotweni yakhe.
Paragraph 7. I heard people saying that Senzo was shot by criminals. Mrs. Julia Masia was also in the yard. She came to me and took my daughter from me. Khumalo came to me and handed to me Tingo, Kelly's daughter, house keys and a cell phone.
Ngase ngizwa ke abantu bethi uSenzo udutshulwa igebengu. uJulia Masia wayesegcekeni naye ke weza kumina ke wasethatha indodakazi yami. Khumalo weza kumina ke wanginikeza uThingo indodakazi kaKelly ikhiya zasendlini kanye ne-cell phone.
I later realized that the cell phone belongs to Senzo because people were phoning looking for Senzo. I remember Opa Manyisa, Orlando Pirates captain, and Mama J, the Pirates fan, sorry my lord, phoned looking for Senzo, and I gave my mom the phone to answer.
Kamuva ke ngase ngithola ke ukuthi kwakucingo lolo luka Senzo ngoba ke abantu babefona befuna uSenzo. Ngikhumbula ke uPamanyisa uCaptain wePirates kanye noMama J Mama Joy okumlandeli weOrlando Pirates naye ke efuna uSenzo. Ngase nginikeza uma wami ifoni ukuthi ayiphendule.
Paragraph 9. I don't know when did my mom arrive at the scene. I saw her standing in the yard with Mapiri, in brackets Maggie, Julia next the kitchen door, the wall that separates the wall that separates the Ngqashe yard and the Khumalo. The Ngqashes were standing in their yard. It was Noma Kaye, and Mr. Ngqashe.
Angazi ke ukuthi uma wami wafika nini lapho ngambona ke emi egcekeni kanye noMaphiri uMeggy uJulia eduze ke kwesitapa sasekitchen eduze kobonda oluhlukanisa kwaNgqashe igceke la kaNgqashe kanye nelakaKhumalo. AbakwaNgqashe babemi egcekeni bona ke kwakunoMakhaya uKhaya kanye noBabuNgqashe.
Paragraph 11. I went to stand with them carrying Tingo. The door and the burglar door of the kitchen were outside opened. Later I saw Themba and his wife in the yard. While standing there with my mom and others neighbors, my mom suggested that the police must be summoned to the scene.
Ngase ngiya ke ngiyoma kanye nabo ke ngiphethe uThingo stapa ke sase kanye nebagla zase kitchen zazivuliwe ke. Kamuva ke ngase ngibona uThemba Khumalo kanye futhi nenkosikazi wakhe bese egcekeni. Ngathi ngimilo ke lapho kanye noma wami kanye nabanye omakhelwane wabesethi uma wami ke akubizwe amaphoyisa.
Paragraph 12. My mom is happy Ngubane. I heard Mapiri saying no, we must not call the police. Khaya Ngqashe then called the police and reported the incident. Mapiri suggested that we go inside the house to check what happened.
Uma wami Happy Ngubeni ngezwa ke uMaphiri ethi cha awangafonelwa amaphoyisa wase uKhaya Ngqashe ke ewafonela amaphoyisa wabika ke udaba lolo. uMaphiri wabesethi ke asingene ngaphakathi endlini siyobheka ukuthi kwenzekeni.
Paragraph 13. She walked in front followed by my mom and Julia. I followed from behind and Themba with his wife followed me. I went into the house until the kitchen wall, the fridge. I heard my mother saying, where does this water come from in the passage? I then looked towards the passage and saw water on the floor.
Wahamba phambili ke elandela uma wami kanye noJulia ngalandela ke ngasemuva noThemba nonkosikazi wakhe ke balandela mina ngase ngena ke endlini ngaze ngayofinyelela ke ekitchen eduze kwefridge ngezwa uma ebuza ke noma ethi abuyapi lamanzi asephasejini ngabheka ke ngasephasejini ngabona ke amanzi phansi.
Paragraph 15, I further heard my mother saying, Mapiri, why are you tidying up before the police could arrive at the scene? I didn't see what was she doing or removing. I went outside, and when I was outside, Themba said the house must be locked, everybody must go outside. I then gave him the key, and everybody was outside the house. Themba locked the house.
Ngase ngizwa ke uma wami ethi kuMaphiri kungani uklina ngaphambi kokuthi amaphoyisa afike khona lapho angizange ngiboneke ukuthi yini awayeyenza noma ke eyisusa ngase ngiphumela ngaphandle ke ngathi uma ngingaphandle ngezwa uThemba ethi indlu kuzofanele ukuthi ikhiweke wonke umuntu aphumele ngaphandle ngase ngimnikeza ke isikhiya wonke umuntu wasephumela ngaphandle ke uThemba wase ekhiya endlini.
When my mother, paragraph 16, my lord, when my mother was asking that why Mapiri was tidying up, she responded that she doesn't want people to see that they were drinking later. Nomakaya took Tingo, saying it was cold, and myself and Kaya went to the hospital. And that hospital I found Zandi and sat with her. Pirates players arrived and wanted to enter into the hospital ward by force. That is when I learned that Senzo had passed on. He went back to the Khumalo. Is it he or we went back to the Khumalo houses and could enter into the yard because however, we could enter in the yard because the police now cordoned off.
We could not.
I think it's supposed to be we could not, yes.
We couldn't.
Yes. Can I just read it as that, my lord? Cordoned off the house and people were not allowed inside the house.
Nkathi uma wami embuza ke uMaphiri ukuthi kwakungani ke eklina waphendula ke wathi akafuni ukuthi abantu baboneke ukuthi babephuza. Kamuva ke uNomakhaya wasethatha uThingo ethi ke kuyabanda mina ke noKhaya sahamba saya esibhedlele ke ngathola uZandi ngaze ngahlala naye ke abadlali bePirates bafika ke futhi befuna ke ungena njengeforce khona ke kwiward leyo ila angezwa khona ke ukuthi uSenzo useshiyile noma akasekho emhlabeni sabuyela khona ke kwaKhumalo kodwa ke asange sikwazi ke ungena igcekeni ngoba amaphoyisa ayesevalileke endlini futhi nabantu bengavunyelwa ukuthi bangene phakathi.
Paragraph 18, the last paragraph. He stood outside in the street. I later saw Khumalo and gave her the cell phone. When I went to the hospital, the police didn't yet arrive at the scene. At the hospital, Zandi was with Ntabiseng when I found her.
Sema ngaphandle ke estradini kamuva ke ngabona uMakhumalo ngase ngimnikeza ke ucingo uma ngiya esibhedlele amaphoyisa ayengekafiki ke kwindawo yesigameko esibhedlele uZandi wayendawonye noNthabiseng ngathi ngimthola.
The statement was signed by the witness on the 10th of July 2018 at Thokoza.
Lo fakazi ke wasayinda ke le statement inge-10 kaJuly 2018 khona eThokoza.
The paragraph that I wanted to refer you to is paragraph 15 only.
The paragraph 15 kuphela ke ebengifuna ukukhuluma nawe ngaye.
Which says, I further heard my mother saying, Mapiri, why are you tidying up before the police could arrive at the scene?
La ithi khona ke ngase ngizwa ke uma wami embuza noma ethi kuMaphiri kungani uklina ngaphambi kokuthi amaphoyisa afike.
I didn't see what was she doing or removing. I went outside, and when I was outside, Themba said the house must be locked, everybody must go outside.
Angizange ngikubone-ke awayekwenza noma awayekususa ngaphumela ngaphandle ngathi uma sengingaphandle-ke uThemba wathi kufanele indlu ikhiwe nokuthi wonke umuntu kufanele aphumele ngaphandle-ke ngase ngimnikeza-ke iy'khiya wonke umuntu waphumela ngaphandle uThemba wakhiya endlini.
I've already referred you to the statement of the mother of Queen, but I just want you to see that this is the second person I was confirming that the crime scene was cleaned off before you arrived.
Lokhu-ke bese ngikufundile ngaphambilini kwi-statement esikama wakhe ukuthi nje ngifisa nje ukuthi ngikhombise ukuthi umuntu wesibini-ke manje oshoyo ukuthi impela kwaklinwa laphaya. Okay.
And also I wanted to show you that the Kelly Khumalo, whom you met at the crime scene, was not the first person who had handled the keys for the house before you arrived.
Nokuthi-ke uThemba Khumalo enamfica nina laphayana kwangasi umuntu wokuqala-ke okwakuyena owaphethe iy'khiya ngaphambi kokuthi nifike. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, my lord. I have.
Please, Malota, we just want to point out that in the paragraph that my learned friend has read, this witness is saying, I didn't see what was she doing or removing. So I don't understand my learned friend's contention that this supports what the witness mother is saying when she herself says she didn't see what Mapiri was doing.
Yes. Okay.
No, my lord, I think I was just putting the emphasis to say there's another person
Okay, fine.
who
All right.
witnessed the crime scene being tampered with.
Okay. Any re-examination?
My lord, before I wrap up with my cross-examination, the witness said he will bring tomorrow the list of the qualifications.
How is it going to help this court?
It is going to assist the defense, my lord.
In what way?
In conducting its case.
In what way?
Yes, checking the experience and the qualifications of the witness, because there are so many things that were not done properly. And then we will understand if he was just a junior constable without any
He
qualifications.
was a junior constable. He says I was a constable, 5 years experience.
Or with some qualifications of which we'll have to see
Okay, fine.
if there is any weight to attach to those qualifications.
Okay. Are you available tomorrow, Mr. Mthetho?
Tholakala class. Yes, my lord.
Okay, fine.
Thank you, ma'am.
You must bring that resume, curriculum resume.
The courses that we attended.
Yeah.
You're referring to the courses?
Yes.
Yeah.
And the matric as well. Thank you, my lord.
So we are.
Mr.
Where's the?
Maloi? Any re-examination?
As a court, please, my lord, just two aspects. The first aspect relates to the second statement made by the witness. We just beg leave that the statement be handed up as Exhibit Y. The statement has already been proven, my lord.
Yeah, okay.
This one.
And there was cross-examination by counsel for accused number 4, intimating recent fabrication. And in this regard, paragraph 7 has already been put on record. Can you just put the contents of paragraph 8 on record?
Tuqala-ke lokhu-ke uparagraph 7 bese kuphuma uparagraph 8 uma nje ungachaza-ke ngoparagraph 8 lona.
If you can also assist him just to read the contents of paragraph 8 in the record.
Further indicated that must it be read? Must it be read?
Yeah.
Yes, it's-
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Just read it in the record.
Paragraph 8, he further indicated that he was at the house when the shooting happened. However, he was told that Kelly's boyfriend Senzo Meyiwa was shot and was taken to the hospital. We asked him to open the house. Temba unlocked the house and we got into the house to investigate.
Yes, further on regarding the blood spots.
Is it 9?
Yes.
In the house, I noticed small drops of blood on the floor in the kitchen and beer cans in the sitting room. When we asked Temba to lock the house and we proceeded. Sorry. In the house, I noticed small drops of blood on the floor in the kitchen and beer cans in the sitting room. We then asked Temba to lock the house and we proceeded to the hospital. At the gate of Buchilong Private Hospital, we met Kelly Khumalo driving a BMW X6.
Yes, that's fine. Can you just clarify the aspects of the blood spots?
Ucela ke uchazelana ke ngoba uyasho ke la ku paragraph 9 ukuthi ke endlini sabona ke ama drops amancane egazi phansi ekitchen kanye namakani.
Where were the blood spots?
Aye kuphi ke lama blood spots?
It's a dining room.
In the dining room.
Thank you. Now, all counsel ask you as to why you didn't secure the scene after your first visit to the house. Firstly, you mentioned that you first wanted to interview the person with knowledge of the incident, as Mr. Temba Khumalo had no such knowledge to verify the incident. Is that correct?
Bonke ke abameli bakubuzile ke ukuthi kwakungani ke ningasecure ke isini leyana wathi ke uma uphendula ke nanifuna qala ukuthi nikhulumisane ke nomuntu owayekwazi lokho kwenzeka nanjengokuthi ke yena ke uThemba Khumalo wayengazi lutho mayelana nokwenzeka.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you also, in cross-examination by accused number 4's counsel, you mentioned that upon arrival at the scene, there was nothing that indicated that something had happened there.
Uma ubuzwa uyena ke ummeli kaMsolo wesine ushilo nokuthi futhi ke nkathi nifika lapha yana kokuqala kwakungenalutho eyayinikhombisa ke ukuthi kukhona okwenzeka khona lapho.
Yeah.
Yes.
And lastly, you mentioned that you requested Mr. Temba Khumalo to lock the door,
Okugcina ke uthi
to lock the house.
nase nimcela ke yena uThemba Khumalo ukuthi akhiye endlini.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, madam. That is all.
Oh, you want to ask something?
Is
Yes.
it in the court, my lord? But I don't know, this might be a bit unprocedural. However, I'm going to request the court to grant me
No, you're granted. This is about justice. I told
as
you.
it is the court.
It's not about taking legal points.
I would have referred to the court to R versus Hepworth, man. Thank you, madam. Mr. Mtetwa, just a very quick one, just one or two aspects. I think there's a statement that has already been proven, a statement that was deposed to on the 12th of October 2018. Yes, your statement that you deposed to on the 12th of November 2018, it's A98.
Okay. Let's see.
Mr. Mtetwa, are you with me? Because I see you playing with your fingers there, and as I'm talking, you don't seem to be around here. Yeah, I'm going to request you to pay a bit of more attention. Do you understand?
Ngizocela ukuthi unake.
Thank you, sir. On paragraph 13, I think it's just a continuation of paragraph 12, but basically I want us to focus on paragraph 13, where it says, we found Temba at the house, and let me give a bit of a background because I don't want to confuse them. Let's start in paragraph 12, where we say, when Constable Mokwili and Ramahala arrived, we left to the scene. At the hospital, I saw Chikotwala standing, folding his hands in the passage. We also met Kelly's mother, who explained to us what happened. She told us that two guys entered the house demanding money and cell phones. The fight ensued, and Senzo was then shot. We then took her and went back to the house to properly process the scene. We found Temba at the house, and he opened the house. I can only assume that this is reference to Khumalo, pointed out where they were seated, and we started searching the house. We found a bullet on the sink table. There were fragment bullets on the kitchen floor and the tiles. And the tiles were damaged. The kitchen door has a bullet hole. Do you follow?
uConstable Mokwele noRamohala bafika ke sase sihamba thina ke esibhedlele ngabona uChikotwala emi lapho ke egoqe izandla zakhe epassagini sahlangana futhi ke noma ka Kelly owasichazela ukuthi kwenzakalani wasitshela ke ukuthi kwangena abalisa ababili endlini befuna imali kanye nama cell phones kwaseqala ke kwasekuliwa ke uSenzo wadubuleka sase simthatha ke sibuyela khona ke endlini ukuyoprocessa kahle ke iscene sathola uThemba endlini wasivulela ke indlu wasekhomba ke ngicabanga ukuthi ukhuluma ngoMakhumalo ukuthi babehlezi kuphi nendawo nokuthi futhi sase siqala ukuthi siseshe endlini sathola ke inhlamvu kwi sink no yebo ku sink la kwakukhona ke no damagekile ke noma ama fragments ebullet ke ayese kitchen phansi nokuthi othayela futhi babonakalisiwe noma babonakele isicabha sase kitchen naso ke sasinembobo yenhlamvu.
Do you understand?
Uyakuzwa lokho? Yes.
Did I get you well in your evidence in chief? When you said that the bullet or the spent bullet, there was a definition of what is it actually, was actually found on the floor, on the kitchen floor.
Ingabe ngikuzwe kahle yini kubufakazi bakho khona ke lokuchaza nenhlamvu ke uma buchaza le ndawo ezahlukene ke izinhlamvu ukuthi lokho nakuthola nakuthola phansi? Yebo. Yes.
You actually said we also saw a projectile on the floor. There was a head, and there were also crutches. All these items were just near to each other.
Kwakune projectile yayiphansi, kwakunesigqoko kukhona futhi necrutch ukuthi konke lokho kwatholakala phansi futhi kungekho kude kunye kokunye.
Yebo.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, in this statement, you are saying, when you returned from the hospital, you went in there and conducted a thorough search, not so?
Manje ke kule statement lesi uthi uma senibuya ke esibhedlele nangena endlini nayo sesha kahle.
Subsequent, or whilst you were searching, you then found a bullet that was on a sink table.
Nasethi uma nisesha kanjalo ke nase nithola lenhlamvu ke eyayi ku zinc.
Further on, there were fragment bullets which were on the kitchen floor, and the tiles were damaged.
Futhi ke nama fragment ama bullet ayephansi ke nokuthi othayela nabo ke babonakalisiwe noma babonakele.
Now the question is, what happened to that bullet that was on the sink table?
Umbuzo manje ke ulona ukuthi le nhlamvu ke eyathola lapha na ku sink ke kwenzekani ngayo?
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi la ngiyabona nala crash khona kwangesiyi bullet ngoba ngangishilo eqaleni ukuthi kwakuyi lokho kuphambili kwenhlamvu kwakungekho kwisink kwakuseduze kwesink la khona icrashes nalezi zinto ezinye isink le ephezulu kwayo kwakuphansi kuyifloor next to the sink.
Yeah, I wasn't referring to a bullet because, as you can see, that it's scratched out. It's what I referred to earlier on. That the projectile. It is what I was talking about, and it was not on the sink table. It's the sink, but it was down on the floor.
Mr. Mtetwa, this is your additional statement. You know, sometimes when you give additional statements, it's a clarification, or you tend to give more on what you would have said in the first statement. Not so. Statement was taken.
Statement sakho sakamuva lesi. Ngokunjalo ke uma wenza istatement ke ukuthi ubusowusenzile ngaphambili unikeza lokho noma usho lokho ongakushongo kulesi obusenzile eqaleni.
Not so.
Akho kanjalo.
Kukanjalo.
It is so.
And you have told this court that the statement was made, you read it, you signed it as an indication of the fact that you were happy with the contents thereof. Not so.
Nokuthi ke futhi ke wasenza istatement lesi wasifunda wasizwisisa futhi wabe usuyasayinda ke ngokwenza kanjalo ke ukuvuma ke ukuthi lokho okulana ke kuyilona iqiniso.
Yebo.
Yes.
What appears to be the problem? Because the witness says he scratched out cartridge, correcting it to read.
Yes, my lord.
Bullet.
Let me quickly go to the explanation that he's trying to give.
No, let's first start with, do you admit that he says he scratched out?
Cartridge, yes, my lord.
Yeah, so that you can't read that into the statement.
Yes.
Fine, okay.
Yes, my lord. Yes.
Now he's explaining
Now
what he
you
meant
asked. Yes.
by a bullet. Is
Yes.
that what you're explaining, sir?
Uchaza ke ukuthi usho ukuthini uma ukhuluma ngenhlamvu. Yilokho
The one you
kuchaza.
say it was on the sink and what happened to it?
No, I think the court is trying to say to the witness that he's not giving this explanation in relation to a cartridge, but in relation to a bullet. I don't have a problem with that. Yes. Now, my question is, in relation to what you have scratched here, apparently you wrote initially that it was a bullet, it was a cartridge. And then when you were reading the statement, just to find out if the information that is contained in this statement is correct, you went on to scratch that word cartridge and you wrote the word bullet on it, and then you initialed on the sides, not so?
Lana angithi kwabhala ucartridge wasuyabona ke umfundi ukuthi cha ungasiyona ku cartridge wabhala ubullet wase uya initial ke lapha yana ke eceleni.
Not so?
Ngiyayibona into esididayo lo sink table.
I see what it is that is confusing us. It is the sink table.
No, I'm not confused. I'm not confused.
I'll be allowed to explain a lot.
La kubhalwa ukuthi on the sink table. Mina ngithi lali phansi eduze ko sink.
Where it is written sink table, I am saying it was on the floor next to the sink.
Exactly. That is my point. That is exactly my point. You had earlier on told to this court that you know English, but because this is court, you would prefer that what is contained in the statement that was supposed to be read to you should be rather interpreted. But the gist of what you're saying is you don't have a problem with English, not so?
Ushilo ke nangaphambili ke ukuthi awunankinga nje ngesingisi ukuthi nje kusenkantolo ke lana ukuthi lokho okubhaliwe lana ufuna nje ukuthi ukuhunyishelwe. Kodwa isingisi akusuku ukuthi unenkinga naso.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. And as a further addition to that, on the very same sentence, you did effect some corrections on an information that was not properly elicited from you. You scratched out that word cartridge, you inserted bullet because you realized that that cartridge was a wrong word in that sentence, not so? And I don't want to argue with you.
Uma ubona ke emuva kokuthi sekubhaliwe ke lokho ukuthi kubhalwe ucartridge ke lana ubese umcisha ke ucartridge wafaka ke ubullet.
Yes, lo wayithatha statement kimi uyena wacisha.
Yes, the person who took the statement from me is the one who scratched.
As a confirmation of that, you also initialed that the word that was not supposed to be there should be scratched out and inserted the right weight, which was bullet, not so.
Ukukonfirma ke lokho wase uya initial ke nawe laphayana.
uyazi la mangikhumbula kahle sasiphikisana ngayo singakalitholi leli igama le bullet projectile cabanga ukuthi silithole nje sasazi ukuthi kuyini lokho okuphambili so sasiphikisana ngakho lokho ngeke sithi cartridge ngoba icartridge lingemuva so kwazi kwathiwa ngcono sithi ibullet ngoba vele kuyi bullet phambili even noma sekulimele.
What was happening here is that the two of us were having an argument about this word, because and then we were saying that it can't be the cartridge, and then because at the time we were not even aware as to what it is that is being referred to as the bullet projectile, and then we then said bullet because even if it is damaged, it is still referred to as a bullet.
Thank you. That's not my concern. My concern
What's your
is
concern, Mr. Minister?
you are saying that there's an item that was found on the sink table.
No, but he's conceded that he's made a mistake. He meant to say it was next, on the floor, next to the sink. Is that what we're not saying, sir?
Akusibona kusho ukuthi kwakuphansi kodwa eduze kosink.
Yes ngizama ukusho lokho ukuthi not kwisink phansi eduze
Yes.
kwasink.
How can you
I'm
spend
trying to say
the whole
that
day
it's not on the sink but it
repeating
was
this
on the
thing?
floor next to the sink.
In the very same sentence, you are saying there were items that were found on the floor. Now you're specifically mentioning those items that were found on the floor. Is that not so?
Uma seyiqhubeka ke le sentence lena ke kuyachaza ke lapho ukhona okunye kwatholakala phansi ke phansi kuyona le sentence lena.
Is that not so?
Akho kanjalo.
Yeah, yes.
Yes.
And you specifically mentioning that this bullet was found on a sink table, but other items were found on the floor. And this is not a repetition. This comes from you, not so?
Lana uthi le bullet lena yatholakala ku sink table. Into le ephuma kuwena kusuku ukuthi ngiyaphinda phinda.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm putting it to you, Mr. Mtetwa, that you have not been honest with this court in your evidence in chief. There are items which were found, there are exhibits which were found at the scene which were not disclosed. This is one of them. The bullet that was found on the sink.
Ngithi kuwena ke awukhuluma iqiniso ke kwenkantolo ukuthi khona ke kwatholakala okungazange kushiwo ke.
Yeah, no,
I don't know if that submission is correct. The witnesses explain what he meant. Now counsel is putting his own interpretation. We submit.
Yeah, and the law is very clear, Mr. Mnisi. A witness must be accorded an opportunity to explain a contradiction. I can quote you the cases. State versus Malafaladiso, 2013. State versus Govenda. State versus Singh.
State versus Brainers and
Yes.
Yes, I know all those
So,
cases.
so you've
Yes.
got to, this witness says, I made a mistake. I wanted to say the bullet was on the floor next to the sink. And now we're arguing about that. He says he's made a mistake.
Unfortunately, my daughter, the mistake that a court wants to say that it is.
No, it's not the court saying that.
Yes.
No, I don't give evidence.
Yes.
He is saying that. I made a mistake. Sir, Mr. Mtetwa, are you not saying you made a mistake by saying the bullet was on the sink?
Asikuthi uthi wenze iphutha uma uthi inhlamvu lena yayi ku sink table. That's correct, my lord.
Yes. You intended to say it was lying on the floor next to the sink. Is that your evidence? sir?
Wena ubufakazi bakho uthi wawuthi wena ke yayileli phansi eduze ko sink.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, me, I listen to the evidence. Okay. Are you through, sir?
Wanted to put to him, my lord, and there is nothing wrong
Yeah,
when
fine.
I put my version to him.
Yeah, fine, no problem.
Yes. I want to repeat that there are some exhibits that were found on the scene. In fact, this exhibit that's in dispute now, that is patently indicated in your statement, that exhibit has not been disclosed to the investigating officers of this case.
Kunalokho kwatholakala lapha abangazange ke batshelwe ngako abaphenyi noma abaseshi beqala ke lena ke enye yazo le.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Yeah, you want to ask?
No, Madam.
You're coughing.
He nearly hit my finger, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Khumalo?
My Lord, I just have one question on the statement.
Yes?
Yes, I'll take on where my colleague ended, at paragraph 14.
Right.
But before I go to that paragraph, Sergeant, is it correct that you told this court that on your first visit, there was a head that was on the floor? That is after Khumalo had opened the door for you.
Angithi ukushilo lokho ukuthi inkathi niya lapha yana kokuqala ke kunalesi sigqoko enasithola phansi.
Yeah.
Yes.
The very same head was there on your second visit from the hospital.
Leso sigqoko leso sasikhona ke lapho uma nibuyela lapha.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'd like to take you to paragraph 14 of the statement that was introduced by the State Council. It reads as follows. I'm just going to start with the background because there's a background to the question that I want to ask from you. It says the following. Captain Zwane from the detective service also arrived and we pointed to him the scene and exhibits. Okay. Later on, the crime scene technician, Constable Musia, arrived and processed the scene. Kelly's mother showed me a head with multiple colors and distinctive were black and white. It was on the floor near the kitchen door. I didn't see it when we came in for the first time and when we came from the hospital, close quotation.
Lana ke uCaptain Zwane uCaptain Zwane obuya kuma detective service wase efika ke sase simtshengisa ke iscene kanye futhi nama exhibit. Kamuva ke kwase kufika ke itechnician yescene uConstable Musia wase processa ke iscene umaka Kelly wase ngikhombisa ke isigqoko esinemibala ke futhi ke eyayigqamileke kwakuwumnyama kanye nomhlophe sasiphansi ke eduze kwesitapha sasekitchen angizange ngisibone inkathi sifika lapha yana okokuqala nangenkathi sibuya esibhedlela.
Are you following, Sergeant?
Uyalandela yini?
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you able to provide an answer?
Unganikeza ngempendulo?
I thought you were listening.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ulalela.
Ngilale.
Yes, I am.
Okay, I've just told you the background of my question. You said that the first time when you arrived there was a head. On the second visit there was a head, but that is contrary to the contents of that paragraph.
Uthe ngaphambi uma nifika oqala lapha yana kwakunesigqoko nangenkathi nibuya futhi esibhedlela kwakunesigqoko kodwa ke lana uthi ke angizange ngisibone inkathi sifika lapha yana kokuqala nangenkathi esibuya ngayo esibhedlela. Manje kuthi ke lokhu kuyaphikisana nalokho kushilo la enkantolo.
Ukufika kwethu kokuqala noma sasibona isigqoko kodwa sasingekho ukuthi senzani siyini la.
When we arrived for the first time, we saw the head, but we couldn't say as to what the head was doing there or why was the head there. We couldn't tell that.
Sesibuya okwesibili wathi mayengena umama lo Khumalo wasithatha isigqoko wathi nasi isigqoko besithwele oyedwa labantu abangenile. Sase ngiyamcela ukuthi sibuyisele la besikhona. Wasibuyisela ke phansi.
And then when you came back now for the coming from hospital, Khumalo then picked up the head and said that here's the head that was worn by one of the people that entered. I then requested her to put it back where it was.
But that is not what the last lines of that paragraph says. It says, when you came in there for the first time and on the second occasion, the head was not there, but I hear you saying that when you went in for the first time, there was a head there.
Kodwa ke ayisikona lokho kushoyo ayisikona okubhaliwe lana ke kusho ukuthi ke lesigqoko lesi ke awuzange usibone kodwa ke wena uthi uma ningena sasikhona isigqoko lapho kodwa asikona okubhaliwe la.
Hayi kunjengoba ngisho.
It is as I'm putting it.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, my lord. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Yeah, and we must all remember as lawyers that when a statement is made by a deponent, it is not made under cross-examination. And that's the law.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Mtetwa, me, I've got a different proposition. You say when you arrived with Matebula at the scene, right? You were on the street, and there was a lady who gave you some information. Am I quoting you correctly?
Ngizwe kahle yini uthi inkathi nifika lapha kokuqala namathebula kunalo mama ke lapha wayeninikeza ke ama directions.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you describe the physical attributes of the lady? Was it tall, short, what?
Uma ungamchaza ke ngomzimba ke lo mama lona kwakuwumama omude omfushane.
Ngoba ngasamkhumbuli kahle kodwa wayengekho mude kakhulu wayekahle nje.
Although I can't remember properly, she wasn't that tall, my lord. She was just okay.
What was she wearing? Can you remember?
Usakhumbula ukuthi wayegqokeni? No.
Okay, fine. Where was she standing? On the street?
Ngaba wayemi
Or on the
estradini
pavement?
noma ku pavement?
Wayemi ngapha kwi-pavement leya kwa Khumalo.
On the pavement in the Khumalo household, my lord.
And she's the one who approached you and spoke to you. You didn't go to her.
Ingabe uyena waza kunina wakhuluma nani akusinina enaya kuyena?
Sathi nje masiqala sibhrika sivule ifastela ngoba sasimbona enza kanje emisa i-van.
Just as we stopped, opened the window, my lord, because she was waving, stopping the van.
Then wavele wathi babaleke bashona ngapha. Savele nathi sagijima sarawunda sathi sabuya.
And then she pointed that they ran towards this direction, and we turned around, my lord, and we just rounded and came back.
They ran towards this direction, and she pointed out what the general consensus there here is that there's a park.
Wakhomba ngoba kumakhulunywa lana khulunywa ngepark wakho uma ekhomba wakhomba ekhuluma ngani
Wakhomba ngasepark.
towards the park.
Right? And then did you proceed towards the park?
Ingabe naya nina lapho ke ngasepark?
Yeah.
Yes, my lord.
Right? And what did you do there?
Nafike nenzani lapho?
Salayitha ngoba kukhanya vele kodwa salayitha namanye ama-light la sibheka nje mhlawumbe umuntu obalekayo sithi mhlawumbe singathuka siyithola kuye sangabona muntu sabuya.
The lights were on, my lord, but we also applied our lights, the other lights, with the hope that maybe we might see someone running.
You never alighted from your vehicle.
Aniphumange emotweni yini?
Hayi asiphumanga.
No, we didn't.
Why didn't you alight from your vehicle? Here's a contemporaneous situation where a person alerts you to the movement of alleged persons who have done something wrong.
Kwakunganike ukuthi ningaphumike emotweni ngoba ke angithi manje kunomuntu lana nanjengoba usho ukuthi lo muntu wayemisa event useyanitshela useyakhomba ke ukuthi kukhona okwenzekile ke la nokuthi labantu babaleke baya ngapha yini ke kwakuyini imbangela ukuthi ningaphuma emotweni yini
Ngoba abalayithetha emakhulu sasitshela ukuthi mhlawumbe sizombona umuntu egijima ngoba silapha phakathi emotweni.
And because of the size of our lights, my lord, we told ourselves that even if we were inside the vehicle, we would be able to see someone if there was someone running.
The park has got plantations. Does it have plantations, trees, grass? Just define the park.
Kunokulinyiwe ke, ngokonjwayelo ke kunokulinyiwe kumapark, kunezihlahla, kunezitshalo, leyana ipark yayinani yona.
Or is it a typical township park?
Noma ile park nje
Or it's
ejwayelekile
just background?
yaselokishini.
Ipark nje incane lapho kahle kahle shothi double up nje kuyipark inyana.
It's just a small park, my lord. Anyway, you can just say it's just a way through for people to just walk.
Where does it lead to? Because I'm concerned about the dimensions of the park. Because I want to say to you, my view is, if you were conscientious enough to get out of the vehicle, you could have went into the heart of the park to see the dimensions, the possible escape routes, and you could even have called for backup, because that's a crime scene also. Is that not so, sir?
Ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi le park lena uma nibona ke kwakuyipark eholela kuphi nendawo ngoba uma kwakuwukuthi naniphumile emotweni nanizokwazi ukuthi nihambe kuleyo park nibone ukuthi iholela kuphi noma naningabiza ne-backup ngoba ke nayo ke manje kwakuseyi crime scene.
Akusi park engathi ifihlekile. Iyabonakala nje. Mawuqhamuka ngapha uqhamukela kuyo noma ujikela ngemoto uqhamuka ngapha futhi uqhamukela kuyo. So indawo nje mhlawumbe ingakanyana nje park encane nje.
It's not a hidden park, my lord. If you appear on the one side, you just come straight to the park, even on the other side. It was just a small park, maybe this size, my lord.
But you didn't investigate it.
Kodwa ke anikaze niphenye.
Okay.
No.
No, I understand. You know what's also curious? The dimensions which are encapsulated in all these, Mr. Baloyi and councils, you can correct me if I'm wrong. It is not depicted as part of the crime scene, that park, as you're defining it. Is that correct, Mr. Baloyi?
Indeed, my
It's
lord.
not
on
defined
the
in
photos
the...
before court.
That's it.
Okunye
There's no
futhi-
record of it on these volumes and volumes and volumes of documents about the fact that the alleged criminals, or you want to call them intruders, ran in that direction and accessed a park. There's nothing about that.
futhi kunye kushoyo ke inkantolo ukuthi kuzo zonke le ithombe lezi konke lamaphepha alapha enkantolo akukho la ithombe zepark leyo eyikhona ke ukutshengisa ke noma ikhoti iboneke ukuthi labantu ekuthiwa bangena ke babaleka baya ngakulolu hlangothi azikho lezo ithombe lezo.
Are you with me? That's my
Yes.
concern.
Yes.
Any questions arising?
None, my lord. I've got none, sir.
None? Okay.
None, my lord.
Thank you, thank you. So we'll wait for you tomorrow, Mr. Mtetwa,
So Linda kusasa
with the documents.
siyabonga. Ngiyabonga.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Baloyi.
Mr. Court, please, my lord. There is another witness who's standing outside.
Okay.
Just don't know if there'll be enough time to...
What time is it?
It's 4:15. I'm sorry, 3:15.
3:15. Where does he come from, this witness?
He's also from Vosloorus police station, my lord.
Okay. What do you think?
Well, as,
I suggest that I conclude with my cross-examination before we move to the next one. Because they're coming together from the same place.
Is that so?
Yes.
well, I can also mention that there's a separate photo album in the second docket depicting the park.
The park?
Yeah, should it become necessary to...
No, it didn't feature in the
No,
cross-examination.
no, yes, not on those photos before.
Yeah, okay, fine, I hear you. Yeah, let's explain to the witnesses then that we will have to finish the cross-examination of Mr. Mtetwa. And then they must excuse us for not attending to them presently.
On the court.
Bapi, where's the witness? Yeah, the witness was supposed to be. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm told you will not be able to finalize your evidence today. Are you available tomorrow? Yes. Okay, so we'll see you tomorrow at 10. Okay, thanks. Okay, again until 10 tomorrow.
Sasa Linda, okay?